Mic check, guys. Mic check. 1, 2. What's going on? What's going on, Donnie? How you doing tonight? Nice, nice. What's going on, Ryan? I've got the Las Vegas Raiders. I got them at plus 5.5 yesterday, which is super nice because I see they're down to plus 4 today. And I was just going to check the betting percentages. Yeah, 36% of bets are on Vegas, but the money split 50-50. So sharps like Vegas. I'm actually going to throw another unit on the money line for Vegas. So I'll have them by spread and I'll have them by money line as well. You're going with the Saints tonight. Good luck. Yeah, I'm surprised the lines actually moved down. It's this is actually a really nice play for the Raiders. What's going on? Going crazy? Yeah, Raiders are plus 177 on the money line, so I'm gonna put that in as well. 1 unit on each. It's plus 177, Jackson. It's too bad. If I got it a little bit earlier, I probably could have got it at 200 yesterday, but I got a good line. I give up a little juice on the money line, but I'm not too worried. The fat guy should be joining us very shortly. I'm excited for this game. I'm excited for this new stadium. I've got some roots in Las Vegas, so I was thinking about even getting some season tickets and trying to catch a few games. But obviously this year that's not going to happen. What's going on, fat guy?
Sorry. Oh. There we go.
Hey.
Hello. Are we live?
We're live, and we got the Raiders at plus 5.5 last night, and the line's down to 4, so I'm happy about that.
I like that's big, big fat guy. I like how I was in rough shape yesterday, and I can speak worse today. It's worse. I see. It's worse. I can't even. Orate. Holy. Real cool guy.
You sound like me.
Yeah, yeah. I do sound like you.
We also have another interesting thing today. If Vegas covers plus 5.5, both Billy369 and Jeezy 007 have the Raiders, and they both have the same over-under at 52. So if the Raiders win or cover, we're going to get to spin the wheel next week.
That's always fun. I'm just getting set up here, guys.
Ryan's thinking Raiders as well, and he said Fat Guy is in the house.
Most certainly am.
The over-under for the game is 47.5. It's been bet down from 50. 58% of people are on the over. 63% on the over. 37% on the under. Jackson said, "Yeah, I just made a small Raiders money line play. Also, I didn't realize the line went down to 4 until just now. So the money line, decent value. Yeah, I think anytime you get a line movement like this, it's nice, especially like a day before the game. Something went on where people like Vegas.
Usually means pros jumped on it, usually,
Yeah.
because they're the guys who move it.
36% of bettors are on Vegas, but 50% of the money, or let me
Now, what
see
does that tell you
exactly.
guys?
Yeah, 48% of the money. So sharps are on the Raiders. I got a feeling in Vegas this is going to be a very heavily bet game tonight. Their first game in Vegas. I'm excited to see this stadium. That Charger Stadium is unreal as well for LA. Ones that the
Oh, yeah,
Rams
totally.
and Chargers are sharing. It's unbelievable.
It costs like $4 billion.
It's insane. I remember when Dallas finished theirs, and I thought that was crazy for it being over $1 billion, and now they're 3-4 billion.
Sorry, I was late, gents. I have this. I guess we'll call it a community. It's the world's longest running practical joke, and Big Ryan and I have been listening to the podcast for years now.
So you were listening to the Perry Project?
Yes, I was.
I saw
I'm
that you
gonna
sent
post
me a message.
here. If anybody likes, I don't know. It's
Alternative
call-
comedy, I guess you could say.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. They made a movie. It's a practical joke being played on one guy who thinks that he's famous and thinks he's talented for that matter. So I'm going to post a link. The movie's called Windy City Heat. And the joke existed before the movie and after. And what the movie is about is this guy thinks that he got a big role in a Hollywood movie, but the movie is just about pranking him and putting him in these setups and getting him to expose how bad of a person he is. It's absolutely fantastic. I'm going to put the link too. It's not for everyone though, might I add. Because it is bullying, but it's bullying the worst guy that's ever existed, so then you kind of don't feel bad.
I haven't taken a look at the comments yet.
They have an Elvis Presley in Raider gear painting. Wonder, it's so weird. What does art even cost? What do you pay someone to do that? Oh man, this is cool.
Oh, Dylan got into it in the comments section
Billy and who?
with there's a few people.
Oh, Fiery Exchange, eh?
I'm not sure if it was as fiery as before.
I'm gonna check them out too. Hey, I have a question. You ever watch Black Mirror, fat guy? Once a couple years ago, I watched the American and the British one. It's not quite my style, but it's not bad either. I like the British one more, to be honest. So, but I've only seen a couple episodes, maybe two of each. Maybe now about two.
What's going on, Mickey? Are you ready for some football? A Monday night party. John Gruden looked like he was 16 years old the first time he coached the Raiders.
Oh, Dylan getting into it.
What year do you think it would have been when he first started coaching there?
Gruden,
Yeah, like 98.
97 was going to be my guess. He wasn't. You're not talking head coach, right? I think Bill Callahan was the head coach before him, or no, Bill Callahan was after. Who was before him? Butch Davis. I don't know. Butch Davis was a Browns coach then. I am huge. Art Shell? No, Art Shell's after. Yikes.
Before
Butch
John
Davis
Gruden
never-
took over as head coach, they were coached by Joe Bugle for 1 year.
Did not know that. Yeah, Butch Davis never coached the Browns. I don't know why I thought he did for like a year. Or coached the Raiders, rather.
Outside of Hugh Jackson and Jack Del Rio, John Gruden was the last coach to go over 500 for the Raiders.
Going crazy. I kind of agree. Yeah, Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin was after. Lane Kiffin, there was some ugly. God, that was one of the ugly ones. That wasn't a good look for the Raiders. Hugh Jackson ruined that franchise for a few years though, because what Hugh Jackson did is he became an interim general manager while they were trying to replace Al Davis, but that took a long time, longer than usual, because they're kind of mourning the patriarch of the organization, Big Daddy Davis, right? So he got interim GM opportunity, and he traded away, I believe, 3 first-round picks for Carson Palmer to the Bengals, and Palmer had sat out a year and wasn't playing. He kind of like retired. So they traded all of those picks, and the Raiders were 4-0, and it's because Jason Campbell broke his collarbone, and they were just awful after that. So, and you can't trade away that much of a future. Needless to say, they ended up flipping Palmer to the what was it, the Cardinals, Big Rye? Yeah, for a 7th round pick, and that worked out really well.
Yeah. Sarcasm, a sarcastic yes.
Well, no, I thought he was fine for the Cardinals. They went to the NFC Championship game, got brutalized by the Panthers, but that's decent.
This comment says Vegas Sportsbook were built on stupidity and juice alone.
Yeah. You could just say juice. You know what I really don't like about one of these arguments?
But
Is they keep saying how Kirk Cousins always loses to winning teams. Like, okay, just think about it. So say you get 100 quarterbacks, much like the contest. Some guy is going to be the unlucky guy that just happens to lose to those teams. Do you know what I mean? It's not like he plays any worse or any better regardless of what team. You could make an argument for perhaps some of the primetime games, the lights getting too big. That didn't seem to matter in the playoffs against the New Orleans Saints, though. So you can obviously find, an example to the contrary. But I mean, like, some guy is just going to happen to run well against good teams, and some guy's going to happen to run bad. And running bad is going to be is what happened to Kirk Cousins. So I don't know. I feel like I haven't used the word anchoring a lot in any of these videos, but that's an anchoring point for novices, I think.
There's an interesting introduction with Carol Davis in a wheelchair as they lit the torch, which I guess is going to be the thing at this stadium. And another nice addition is the Saints are wearing their, what I'll say are beautiful jerseys.
Maybe the best uniforms in the NFL. I think the Raiders Classic is really good too.
All right, kickoff is done. The Saints are going to start with the ball.
like how Drew Brees said he's got nothing to lose, well, except the game. I do think letting it loose though is usually the best strategy, more or less when you're an accurate quarterback. I feel like Harris is fumble prone. Not that I've seen it. He just looks small.
I like this comment. What's the difference in future odds between hell freezing over and Jordan Reed and Jerick McKinnon being the only healthy weapons for the San Francisco 49ers?
That's pretty good. How'd you guys do in fantasy this week? I don't think I did well. I actually think I have one of my fantasy leagues is predicated. One of the Big Ry Fat Guy leagues is predicated on Breeze having, I think, over 15 points. So I would like to get that in a cover in a perfect world. I have a question for you guys. You guys like the that we hired Tim Kitzrow from NBA Jam to do the some of the openings for us? I don't know if anyone notices really. Jonathan Abram making a play, one of Big Ry's favorites, only played half a game last season.
Oh.
Was that Abrams?
Yeah.
Dude, that guy hits hard, man. That guy hits really hard.
Taysom Hill
is
he seems fine, but I don't know if he's fine.
I think he's being tough. I think he's secretly got a bad boy Charlie horse where he's just like, all right, we just walk this off. It's going to be okay. That's football, though. There's a lot of guys that wouldn't do that, and those types of guys I wouldn't want on my team. I can tell you that much.
That sure looked like a hold on Taysom Hill.
Yeah.
But I don't think they've called it. Latavius Murray with an early carry. I enjoy the intro. Yeah, I was confused on who it was, though.
Yeah, it's the announcer for the 90s basketball game, NBA Jam. It's you can contract him out through and get him to just say a couple lines and stuff, much like Cameo. It's pretty interesting. We emailed him. It was a fun experience. Like he even I wrote the lines, and he even improved the comedy of some of them. It was pretty impressive.
Yeah, he was spot on.
Yeah, I was very happy with that. I think Murray is really good, Latavius Murray, and I actually think he's starting to get more work on the interior, and I don't mind it. I think it's a better play for the Saints.
I think they learned last year that they want to keep Kamara healthy as well, and Kamara shouldn't be handling 25 touches, especially if half of those are going to be in between the tackles. A rare drop from Emmanuel Sanders.
I didn't think it was Sanders because he dropped it.
I fully expected it to be Traquan Smith.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Play action.
Great catch. I think Big Ride started Traquan Smith.
I did, but I've already wrapped up my league
won?
in both of the games, yeah. I've got 30-point leads in both with still players to play. I think if Josh Jacobs scores 40 points, I'd lose. I think that's
Sean Hockley is the referee. Look at this chain. Is that Trayvon Mullen?
Looks like Arnett.
Oh, it's Damon Arnett. Holy jeez, big chain. What was I gonna say? Sean Hockley is the referee. I guess is that Ed Hockley's kid?
Yeah,
that's hilarious. So is he a legacy referee?
I guess so. What's going on, Dylan? How you feeling about tonight's game?
So he got promoted to being a referee when his dad, Ed Hockley, retired.
Yeah,
That's got to be a good gig, though.
Well, at least it's full time now.
Dylan Todd Field. I only went against the Saints once this year, and he's all over it. I figured, Dylan. Well, Dylan, you're going to get 3 points here. I have Will Lutz as my kicker in just about every league, so this would be nice to... Excuse me, gentlemen. Everyone think the Raiders are morons. What do you think the chances of them covering are, Dylan? If you're so sure.
Dylan, I doubled down and took money line as well for Raiders.
Oh man, these graphics are pretty sweet. They're good at this every they do a great job. I can win one of my leagues if Lutz gets over 11. Yeah, let's root for Jackson. It looks like we got a impromptu prop bet that we never wanted to make. 15% that the Raiders win. I think you're way out. You're way off, Dylan. It's more like 40. We're not saying the Saints aren't favorites. No one's arguing that. Nobody.
The live line is Saints minus 4.5.
You know what's funny about Dylan? I think he's slowly becoming more realistic, dare I say it. Because remember, everything was, like certain. It was never always. Now he's starting to waver. I think secretly we're converting him. So I guess our show is Dylan conversion therapy. Not in the way that everyone else was hoping.
I was going to look it up. I can't remember off the top of my head what 15% would be.
Okay, Dylan, you could say that they're overvalued, but maybe their books are 5% wrong, let's say. Right? They're never more than that. That you got to come up a little bit. You got to meet them more than halfway, I think. We actually have the chart. I think I made it last summer. I'm going to go look for it. Hold on.
I've got it. I'm pulling it up.
This is why Big Rye is better behind the computer. Mind you, I'm also watching on my TV via my computer, so there's that. This TV used to be... No, this is the only TV in my house that didn't used to be Big Rye's. My girlfriend's packing up my books, so she's got about a week left. No, there's lots of them. There's like hundreds. It's a lot of work.
You
That was the joke.
got to make a lot more space for the cat.
The cat's... I put the cat out on the balcony, and she's just staring at me. Wow. Derek Carr is going to be the most started Raiders quarterback of all time. I don't know how I feel about that. So what is the spread, Big Rye? The conversion, 15%.
15% would be minus 14.5.
Oh, jeez.
Or
So Dylan-
14.5.
So by extrapolation, Dylan thinks that the Saints are 14.5 points better than the Raiders. Okay. So I guess let's say he got good value by taking them.
Trent Brown and Sam Young are both
Oh, that's brutal.
inactive.
I have a bold prediction. I said this before the year started. I think Josh Jacobs has a reasonable chance at being the number one fantasy player. I really believe that.
At the very least, I could see him leading the league in rushing yards.
These are great runs, man.
Dylan, even if they win by 14, that would still be better than a 85, or still not be as good as an 85% chance.
Yeah. We're trying to bring reality in here, Dylan. The old school Raiders font is sick. Jackson wrote out a very, very well put comment, and that's better than I could say it live. So, Dylan, my thoughts are written in are scribed through Jackson Littlewood. That's exactly what I think.
To
This
put
is
it
a
in perspective, Dylan, on the live line, the Saints have a 65% chance in winning.
Fear the beard. Jacobs is unreal, man. I really like him.
And a pretty big mistake by Carr. And a very nice
You know, he
sack
turned.
for Malcolm Jenkins. What's going on, Fear? Getting them gains while watching Jacobs make me some money. Hell
How did
yeah.
he make this adjustment, Big Rye? He should have just thrown it at the guy's feet. That was brutal, man. That was a brutal mistake from a quarterback that's not in favor with Big Rye and I. Mostly from an intelligence standpoint. We think there's a few question marks there. And you know what's funny? Remember the first year of Gruden? He pretty much coached him to throw it away in a lot of spots. And he did it almost to a fault that first year. You'd think he'd kind of just have, a little better of a sense of doing it. Just ruin that drive. I will say, though, on that sack, Josh Jacobs made a nice block, praising him some more. And perfectly honest, if he were to roll a little bit further that way and chuck it, he would have had the time because there was no free man on his left, or on his right, rather. So this is good for Dylan's cover. Deontay Harris looks tiny. He's smaller than the female letter carrier that comes to my apartment.
Canadian John Madden. Do you think Gruden adds value to the Raiders? Yes, I do.
That is an excellent question. I would say a small amount of value. I do think, though, that the one thing I don't like, not necessarily Gruden, is I think they should have made a better attempt at I don't know, quarterback exploration, let's call it. Big Rye has this theory that you should draft a quarterback in the second or third round every year, and I kind of agree with him now. Just because of the value that can be gained by a quarterback on a rookie deal. Right on, Zaps. Good luck. Dylan's promiscuity doesn't stop at former virus carriers. I'm glad that you don't discriminate, Dylan. That's always good.
What's going on, Zap? So I was lucky enough to get it plus 5.5 yesterday. And then when it was plus 4 today, I doubled down on the money line for Raiders. The biggest thing I like, Zifono, about what Gruden's done is just kind of dismantle the team and get as many draft picks and get guys. it's nice that he gets 10 years. Like, not a lot of, well, no coaches ever get a 10-year guarantee that they're going to be around. And there's a chance he doesn't make it all 10 years, but the Raiders are planning to do this the right way and take their time and build through the draft, which I think that's where the real value is. I don't think so much on the field there's a lot of value, but off the field I feel like they've gone in the right direction, and I think the Raiders have a lot of promise over the next few years.
I think Carr has above average passing ability. He is below average intelligence. That's my opinion on him. I think he's average to below average quarterback. I don't think he's good enough to really elevate a good team, whereas a great team might have a chance.
Max, it's interesting you say this because there's one pass, there's that like 20-yard down the field touch pass that he puts over the shoulder that I think Carr is unbelievable at. I don't think there's a better quarterback in the league at throwing like that 20-30 yard fade, I'll call it. But if I had to go through the list of starting quarterbacks, like, I got a feeling Carr would be in like my bottom 6 or 7. I think there's so many quarterbacks that are better than him, and I would rather have to win a game. Hope Scroll said he's 6 foot, 277 pounds, 13 years old, plays nose and fullback, and he's going to play for MIG next year. Well, kudos, Hope.
He's a
Good luck with
13-year-old
the
that's
upcoming season.
277 pounds.
Yeah.
Holy. He's like 10 pounds less than I am.
Zidas, how good is Carr at running the football? He's not much of a threat. And Mickey
I
said,
think he's above average, but he has poor ball security too. He's had a couple gaffes doing that, like fumbling in the back of the end zone. I think he did it 3 times last year. So, I mean, it's a smaller sample, and fumbling is like one of those things that there's more variance to, but I think he runs tentatively, and yes, I do think he gets rattled under pressure. I agree with Mickey Hill.
yeah.
So even though that's one of those, hyperbolic type things when you say gets rattled under pressure, but I do feel he's at least flustered. Even those words don't mean too much from a number standpoint. That was a really nice run.
Well, Fat Guy, let's go through a little bit of an exercise. Would you rather have him or Josh Allen?
Josh Allen.
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
I'll take Derek. Oh God, I'll take Derek Carr.
Like, for quarterback of the future, Carr, but like, I'd take Fitzpatrick over Carr to win a game.
Well, I see that this is where it's different. That depends on if I'm playing someone that's really good, I would want Fitzpatrick. If I'm a small favorite, I would take Carr. So that means, considering where the Raiders are, I think Carr is a better fit than Fitzpatrick is. This is a great run from Kamara.
That was an excellent run. Would you rather have Cam Newton?
IMG is the number 1 high school team in the U.S. Holy jeez. Right on, Hope Scroll. All right. Zivona, being flustered is a part of being below average intelligence. I would agree for a QB. Yes, absolutely. Sorry, Big Rye, could you continue?
Fear said Kamara looks like he's going off tonight, and so far it's been a good start. Would you rather have him or Sam Darnold?
I would take him.
Yeah, I would take Carr. So that's one quarterback I would prefer Carr over. Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Baker Mayfield, Ben Roethlisberger.
I actually would take Derek Carr over Baker Mayfield right now.
I'd say those two guys are even for me. So
I think Carr has the edge, in my opinion.
Watson, Phillip Rivers, Gardner Minshew, Ryan Tannehill.
I would take him over Rivers and Minshew. It's. I would take him over Minshew, but I think that could change throughout the season. Minshew has he's exceeded expectations at every turn. It's just it hasn't been long enough to kind of crown his ass, as Denny Green would say.
Drew Lock, Patrick Mahomes, Tyrod Taylor.
Drew Lock and Tyrod Taylor. Mahomes, come on now.
I would take him over Taylor. Drew Lock is kind of a draw for me. I've actually liked what I've seen from Drew Lock in his limited playing time.
Wow. And
They're gashing him. Prescott, Daniel Jones, Carson Wentz, Dwayne Haskins.
Dwayne Haskins. What was the last one?
Wentz. Would you rather have Carson Wentz or Derek Carr?
I can't believe I'm saying that. Like, I'm even thinking about it. I'll take Wentz.
Trubisky, Stafford, Rodgers, Cousins.
Trubisky.
I agree. Would you take him over Nick Foles?
Yes, barely.
Saints didn't make that play. Matt Ryan, Teddy Bridgewater, Drew Brees, Tom Brady.
None.
And Kyler Murray, Jared Goff, Garoppolo, Russell Wilson.
None.
So there is one.
I'm guessing 20th, 19th.
I don't think so. 1, 2, 3. See, you had him at 24, and I think I had him at 26th.
Oh, there you go. I even estimated wrong. Once looks like the overcast kid at the pool in a swim hat. Yeah, he's probably wearing. Oh wow. Kamara has lateral speed, man.
Abram just probably got seriously hurt on this play, and it's because they've got this stupid card out. A huge chunk of metal 10 feet off of the field.
This looks horrible. Man, you know what it is? You're 100% right. This is so stupid. But Jonathan Abrams plays so hard that this is bad. I don't even want to say anything. I really hope this guy's okay.
I can't stand these NFL sidelines and the stuff that they have on them. They've got that slippery surface that people, like every player slips on when he runs by the bench. And now they've got this huge chunk of steel that, I don't know, if guys are running 20 miles an hour and he hits his head into this, like he's not going to get injured. This is so like, oh man, this is infuriating. The other thing too with this is that this was, do you remember the video of Booger McFarland sitting in this thing? And he was covering up. They had a huge 70-inch TV that he was watching, and it was blocking fans' vision of the game. This thing is
crazy.
Is insane.
Here's the other thing I just realized is stupid. You have no fans in the stadium. Why couldn't you just have an arm that is coming off the side of the stands? Do you know what I mean? I understand that you have to prep the show in X amount of time, but realistically, you had 2 weeks to set up this setup. Why couldn't you have an arm that's off the field?
Well, they've got the the overhead cameras that they use. Those work really well.
It wasn't head on. Okay, that's better.
Good, but it's still it's still just, why is that thing there?
His shoulder was hurt from last year. You know, that guy plays so rough.
He plays violent. The Jackson Littlewood said he just hasn't, talking about Carr, I'm guessing, he just hasn't looked the same since he broke his leg a few years ago. 2017 was a monstrous season for him, but I agree he's a bottom 10 starting quarterback right now.
Yeah, I kind of think so too, Jackson. I really do.
And it's funny because when his first year under Gruden, he was so...
Oh, I was watching 20. I didn't see. Okay. I hope it's. He needed a minute. I mean, what a tough guy. Please don't have a hurt shoulder, though. I really like this player.
I got a feeling he
That's
just got the wind knocked out of him. But like to not move like that was definitely scary as a
Look how much he's sweating. He's been on the field 3-4 minutes. What a stop, Raiders. And we got a female ref. That's a bingo.
Yeah, that's a bingo.
I'm doing my best Christoph Waltz.
Fear said that you're disrespecting Minshew Mania. Wentz looks like the
I like him.
Wentz looks like the oversized kid at the pool in a swim hat. Oh yeah, we've got some sort of arm injury here.
No, that's a dislocated shoulder when you hang your arm out like that. You can get it put back in and iced and finish the game. I've had to do that in sports. That doesn't feel nice, but it's possible. You're going to lose range of motion though, which isn't the end of the world for a linebacker. But Jackson Littlewood, you just say bingo, fat guy. Yeah, that's true.
Dylan says that Mickey's happy that he can now jerk while watching the games. That's 100% true, Dylan. That sounds like Dylan. That sounds like Mickey to me.
Yeah, that's his type of guy.
And Kamara's in for the score.
Touchdown, Saints. They are now covering. I'm going to say this is good for the Saints' drives have been long and methodical, and this defense isn't going to get better, you know what I mean, while they're on the field.
Yeah. The live line is now Saints -10.
Look at that block on Jeff Heath. That was great. Taysom Hill is a very interesting player.
He's been used very well by the Saints. I don't think he would be very good on most teams, but with how the Saints have used him, he's like a poor man's Cam Newton.
He's better than Cam Newton at some of those running plays, though.
Yeah. Now Saints are up to 10.5 on the live line.
Jonathan Hankins. Another thing I'm going to praise the Raiders on is a lot of their draft picks have been good. Like Clelin Ferrell and Max Crosby are two of the better young defensive ends. Crosby's got more of the stats, but Ferrell has been almost equally as disruptive. So that's really nice for them. Josh Jacobs looks like he's a hit, I think, even though he's a first-round running back, which I highly recommend to not do. Jonathan Abrams, we think, is a really good player. Wow.
And Kamara just gets to walk in.
Wow. I kind of like that. Yikes, not a good start. Absolutely, Zaps. But I mean, we take it well around here. It's been a tough season so far. Is it just me or is Sean Payton not wearing any mascara today?
He's also not wearing a mask.
Oh, yeah, he isn't. I just realized that.
I think Does he have a mask around his neck? I can't tell.
Yeah, he's gonna get fined for this, I think, because it's a high profile game and it's, I guess, egregious. I don't know. Mask rules are interesting. It divides people a lot. People are very passionate about that kind of stuff.
So this came back. I didn't hear what the call was. It looks like they've taken the 2 points
Illegal
off the
formation.
board. Are they going to kick this extra point? The
Do they
best
have
thing
to
is
go
I
for
keep
it?
seeing live lines get posted based off of these scores.
I have a question here. Should you really? I think this is bad. If you run a play and you get a penalty on a 2 point conversion,
You don't think you should
shouldn't
get
you
a
have to
chance?
run the 2 point conversion? Because then you could just do something illegal and free roll it. Do you know what I mean? And if you don't get caught, then no big deal, no skin off your back. And if you do get caught, then you can just kick a thing.
Well, if they didn't score, I don't think they would have the opportunity to do it again.
Yeah, but I mean, if you do something illegal, your chances of, you know what I mean? Like, it's
It
probably going to
improves your
help you.
chances. I get you.
Yeah. It's like a weird math free roll thing. I think that's a rule loophole. Man, sports, do they ever get complicated? Maybe that's got to be one of the appeals of boxing. There really isn't much. Don't headbutt, don't punch the guy in the johns.
What's going on, John Stacy? He said he already had it though. Fear said, "See, everyone was doubting Big Daddy Dylan. He knows the Saints are going to tear it up tonight."
Yeah.
Mickey said, "I don't think it matters." JS715. DT said, "I won my fantasy matchup. Yay! Congrats, Dylan." And Dylan Clark
Right
said,
on.
"Never doubt Big Daddy again."
Dylan's playing fantasy football now. We've got him on everything. You guys should see him. The guy's getting pretty big. The workout machine. That was a great return. Mark Davis hasn't missed a game since a Raiders game since 1963. What?
Is this the first one he's missed?
Yeah, since 63. I wonder if there's someone who's been to probably every, let's say, Jets game or what have you. There's got to be a guy like that.
Later, Fear. The
I'm off suicide
congrats.
watch. Cheers.
Congrats. Big news, John.
Brian Edwards? Yeah, right on.
Is that a rookie? I'm
Yeah,
not
he's
familiar
Raiders'
with-
third-round pick.
I'm not familiar
Who
with Brian Edwards.
training camp reports that he was progressing better than Henry Ruggs was. Oh, I bet with the history in Dylan's URL, when he types fantasy, football isn't the first thing that pops up. I can't imagine that it would be. I don't want to speculate on the words after, but I'm sure we can all figure it out.
I don't get why they can't use this camera angle to show plays. I don't know why they have to be so close in.
Yeah, no, I agree. This is bad. It's going to be a holding call, too. What is he doing?
It looks like Carr held on to the ball too long. And then he's going to probably force a holding. Keep in mind the Raiders are missing their starting right tackle and backup right tackle. And on top of this, Derek Carr just took 6 or 7 seconds to not throw the ball.
Oh, he had it. Oh my!
He had to move in the pocket, so I will give him that. He wasn't able to step into the throw, and it probably made him hesitate. But and it's going to be another sack for the Saints.
This is bad. This is bad.
Geez, Carr doesn't know how to get rid of the ball. If they take the penalty, do the Saints still get the sack? No, they don't get the sack.
But they didn't take the penalty because it's better to have the loss of down, Dylan, and the loss of a few yards than to replay the down with 10 more yards. I find that I actually think it's a mistake. I don't have the raw data in front of me, but I would imagine that a lot of times teams take penalties when loss of down would have served them better. A horrible sequence, I would agree, Jackson. Saints D is quietly the best DST in fantasy right now. Mickey, I was gonna ask, where's the best high school in ICM? I think it said it was IMG. ICM's a poker term, independent chimp module. Yeah, that's about right, Mickey.
It looks like it's in Florida. The IMG Academy is the nation's premier prep football program with 5 straight years ranked in the top 10 nationally and more than 200 student athletes placed in college programs since its inception. Mickey said, when you think the Raiders might play pretty good, they suck, and when you think they're going to suck, they play well. They recruit players nationally. Heyo says that series is why Raiders are trading up for Trey Lance next draft. And who is Trey Lance? The best quarterback you've never heard of. Looks like the quarterback for North Dakota State. I think that the Raiders have done such a good job picking up draft picks and drafting at all these positions, and ideally you get to the point where you have an excellent team and then you can get that star rookie quarterback.
Because that is really the best way to do it. Because a rookie quarterback contract, like think about Russell Wilson's first contract. It was when he was getting paid, what, $400,000, $350,000, Big Rye? That allowed them to load up in a bunch of different areas. And Legion of Boom existed because of a Russell Wilson rookie contract.
That sucks, Nuclear.
Tank for Todd Field. Yeah, I know.
Only a couple of years till he comes out.
I will give Dylan credit, though. He's paid his bets to Mickey. And Mickey Hill filled out a rather strenuous, what was it, Domino's order? Interstate pizza gambling buying.
I don't know if you were here for it, but Dylan said he remembers it as him eating the pizzas and stuff, even though that's not what happened.
Sorry, Dylan remembers which?
Dylan said when he looks back at that lost bet, he pictures himself winning. So he was reminiscing on the pizza and pop and whatever ranch sauce he wanted or whatever weird side. Oh,
I don't.
didn't he want buttered crust? That was the big thing.
Yeah,
He wanted buttered
yeah.
crust. What else? What's your pizza order, Dylan? You gotta refresh us. There was some interesting requests made.
You sound like Dennis Miller, big right now.
Drop from Jared Cook
Oh,
and a late flag.
this is gonna be roughing the passer. I think it's unfortunate.
Oh, he won the rematch?
Offense. Oh yeah, the math. The what was it? What did I call it? Battle of the century.
I need Raiders to step it up, or this will be the one team bad beat of a lifetime. Go Raiders. There's a lot of Raiders fans in chat tonight. I can tell you that.
Well, the Raiders were able to get a stop on defense. I wasn't confident this was going to happen. Here is one of my favorite underrated players, Hunter Renfrow. Here we go. Don't fumble, baby.
Mickey said the Cardinals will make it out of the NFC, so we can do another bet. I like it.
Their Cardinals are looking quietly good. A lot of hype around that team.
Jackson, that's an
Absolutely,
excellent
Jackson.
point.
That's how it works.
Yeah, it's an excellent point. Like you're looking for a couple percentage points and you're still going to lose like 45, 46, 47% of the time. I know this is what Carr was famous for with his first year with Gruden, was checking it down, but I don't know. It might actually work out for them this game. They might have to just dink and dunk and get the ball out of his hands. I don't know why they've gone away from the running game. I like how when teams get down one score, it's like, with these next 9 possessions, we can't run the ball.
Yeah. Jacobs looked great on that run. I'm going to take a look at fantasy. See how the viewers have done.
Nuclear says he missed 43 million by one number on a quick pick, but at least I got 7K out of it. If you got 7K out of that, you made out like a madman.
Yeah. If I could say anything, don't play the lottery. But I mean, that's your choice, obviously. Lottery is how they used to raise money for governments in like back in the day. And it's still going on now. I had an egregiously bad day in fantasy in one of the leagues, in the Boston Bastard League. But I have a chance with Breeze.
Mickey's 2-0, but he's lost half his roster.
Oh, did he lose McCaffrey?
Yeah, I lost McCaffrey in the other league, so I feel your pain, Mickey.
I played Laviska Shenault in one of the leagues. It actually worked out. Big Rise, the fantasy password, our usual one.
It should be. Jacob stopped short at 2nd and 1.
Ooh, I won this. No, I did not win this one. I need a huge game out of Will Lutz and Alvin Kamara. Looks like I'm starting off strong, though. God, these are some impressively bad fantasy performances. I don't really want to. I don't want to. I want to make the playoffs, but I don't want to win the league. So it works there. Kind of works for me. Man, Mickey's put up some pretty good points.
At least Nuclear knows that the odds of parlays are still better than playing the lotto. So,
Oh, well, it's not wrong.
McCaffrey,
Who
Kittle,
made the
and
catch on
Mostert,
that? Was that Waller?
It wasn't Waller because he was white.
I couldn't tell. Well, it's probably Jason Witten then. Oh, Dylan made dropped Corey Davis and added Dawson Knox. So Dylan's playing the waiver game.
Yeah, I think it was Widden that made the catch. Third and 1 from the Raiders. Hopefully they go power run. And they hit Waller on a short play. That was a nicely designed play by the Raiders.
I don't know. All right, here we got some cat action.
Nice.
This is a decent drive from the Raiders.
I like what they've done play calling wise because they're taking these like 5 and 7 step drops out of cars out of the playbook. It's just not the way that they're going to win this game. This run for a loss is going to hurt them. Saints D ain't Carolina D.
Nope. Saints D is pretty good. No. That was a bit better. The step up in the pocket. He didn't get a clean throw though.
Well, the protection was really good. But they're going to get bailed out by a flag.
We got a touchdown here. This isn't looking. This is at least a bit more optimistic. Let's call it.
Yeah, a lot of contact there on Henry Ruggs.
That's the thing. I mean, they were just saying Hunter Renfrow is the best route runner, but I mean, the athleticism of Henry Ruggs is. I mean, you don't need to know much when you're that fast. Beautiful drive, Raiders. Called Waller a superstar.
League activity is just all Dylan Toddfield.
Mickey Hill pulling his best Hank Hill and naming his team Team Hill and keeping it that way. It's fantastic.
Mickey is giving away his waiver secrets.
Mickey, you're gonna have to do something. This is gonna be really hard, man. Mickey's team is literally half his team is injured. He's in trouble for a couple weeks. He lost McCaffrey and Mostert. You know how hard that is? And Kittle. Oh, I started Jimmy Graham. That's something. Raiders 2nd and 9 here, threatening.
First
84
down
on the
from
Saints got a
Waller.
really good jump. Wow, this looks like a Josh Jacobs rushing touchdown. Getting set up here. There's no need to get fancy here. I don't know why you don't just run 4 times. We'll see what the Raiders do. I'm going to agree with anything and everything, 24. Darren Waller, superstar, is a stretch. Absolutely. He can be better than Ertz at times, yeah. Yeah, as far as like...
Waller's balled out, though, the last season and at the start of this season. He's a really nice tight end. What a play design. That is excellent. I love that play. Because they used Waller as a decoy there and then snuck the fullback.
Nick Ingold.
Yeah, that was terrific. I really, really like that play call.
Well, Mickey, that's a problem though. Like it's
Tight end
touchdown or bust
Tight end is the hardest position in fantasy to replace.
by a mile. Well, and starting running back.
Even the thing with tight end is that you got a real possibility of getting like 1 or 2 points, and at least with running back you can pick up a guy that'll get you 5 or 6, usually off waivers, like a passing down back. Pick up a guy like Chris Thompson or whatever. The tight end though is tough. Nuclear looks like he's giving out some teaser picks here. I'm liking Houston minus 21.5, Miami minus 11, TX minus 18, and Bay minus 16.5 this week. The stats and history holds up on all of those. It's not usually how the fat guy and I like to go for a few different reasons, but good luck to you.
Just superb drive there, fellas. I agree. I completely agree.
That was a play calling touchdown. Like that entire drive was all play calls. Carr
He
executed.
might have adjusted already, Gruden. He might have adjusted.
Well, it's dropping Carr back and having him hold on to the ball for 7 seconds, which I'm sure wasn't the design of that play, but it just isn't going to work.
There's only 2 truly productive T's in the league. Yeah, you could argue that between Kittle and Kelsey. Yeah. Those are college picks, I think.
Oh, are they? Okay. Is buy low, sell high true in fantasy? I have Higbee and Hooper at tight end. Hooper was underwhelming during the first 2 weeks, and Higbee looked great. Maybe Hooper's due for a good performance. I don't think there's any rhyme or reason, Jackson. I don't know if there's any there's no guarantee either one of those guys is going to put up great numbers or put up bad numbers. It's really just the luck of the draw with.
Like Higbee's overvalued right now. Higbee's got to be number 1 in tight ends right now. I don't know how he couldn't be. 3 touchdowns against the Eagles. Wow, that's enough to win you any matchup just about. Dylan Toddfield. Hurst is a good fantasy TV. Never really was, Dylan. This year he's getting a bit of a push from the Atlanta Falcons. I'm not sure what his yardage though is, to be perfectly honest.
But it's a good example because usually Falcon tight ends have been strong fantasy wise, and it
That's where
continues.
Hooper came from.
Yeah, and it continues. Like it's more about the system that a guy's playing in than the actual player. Even remember like how Jimmy Graham was so good in New Orleans, and then I don't even know, like he played in Seattle. Did he play anywhere else? I don't remember him putting up any numbers at any of
Nope.
those other places. That's why, like, I don't think you joined stream yet yesterday, but I was talking about Carlos Hyde. I was talking about how coaching is so important. And I know, like, you're going to say this is a stretch, but, like, Carlos Hyde could probably lead the league in rushing if he played for 2 or 3 certain teams.
I don't think that's
Like, if Carlos
untrue.
Hyde was the starting running back for the Chiefs and played 90% of the snaps, there's a good chance
But
that
that's
he
it's
could.
not just him. That's a lot of guys.
That's what I
You
mean.
know,
Like, it's so dependent on the coaching and the play calls and the opportunities that
no,
players
you have to
get
be
more
winning.
so.
Yeah.
Think of a guy like Saquon Barkley. Like on the Giants, it's never going to be good because that team is just garbage.
Well, he's gonna get stats and stuff, and he's already been really good. But I mean, he's not. Is he gonna realize his potential? Absolutely not.
Yeah. I teased SFL to 33.5 and they still got waxed. Oh, that's too bad. Gently, boys. Still hurts to hear anything Falcons come up. Yeah, sorry, John.
Oh man, is that? I thought Quinn might get fired today or tomorrow. That's got to be one of the all-time losses. The Falcons.
Yeah, that was something.
That's got to be an all-timer.
I will be back in a few minutes.
Dylan, your backup tight end is Hayden Hurst. He's had a good start, I got to be honest. 110 yards across 2 games and a touchdown for a tight end isn't too shabby. Dylan's got a decent team here. Saints D has been very strong for you. Oh, and you picked up Emmanuel Sanders? Dylan's got 3 Saints on his fantasy team. He did, Dylan. You did take Derrick Henry though over Alvin Kamara. I was very surprised at that. So far, Kamara has more fantasy points. Oh, it looks like Ertz hasn't been as productive as Hayden Hurst so far. Very interesting. Mickey, you had a great team up until this weekend. Now you might have the worst. That's how injuries work. There, Dylan. I can't believe you're actually making a realistic point about your team. There's a lot of mouths to feed in the Saints, whereas the Derrick Henry is more streamlined, way more focused offense around him. That's why I agree. Henry was the number 2 player for Big Ryan. I hasn't worked out. He got kind of shut down a little bit, but Dylan was trying to send me scraps for Elliott. Elliott is a top 3 fantasy player. Well, at least you can't blame the guy for trying. He's playing the game, but it's funny. You ain't alone, John. I wonder what he was sending Mickey. He's probably sending Mickey Hayden Hurst for Christian McCaffrey or something like that. Looks like some confusion on defense. Murray with a reception. Jackson Littlewood. That's why I took Jacobs. He's been a Raiders offense so far, especially in week 1. He's been great. And I keep praising him. My friend's in a big money league, and I usually help him draft. He was lucky enough to win last year, and he went Josh Jacobs as well, and was able to get him with like the 10th pick, which we thought was silly, and then he got Chubb at 14, so he tried to send me 2 afterthoughts for Mostert. Yeah, starting running backs are worth a lot. Traquan Smith is, I'm not saying he's Michael Thomas or anything, but he's filling the void quite nicely. Breeze is moving a little bit gingerly here. You could make this argument, though, that, a lot of, Big Rye was saying it was about opportunity, right? If you're a receiver on the Saints, you're going to get opportunities. You just really are. Smith already has 72 yards, only 3 receptions, but 3 receptions through a quarter and a half, though, ain't so bad. Oh, you got Eckler at 14? Nothing wrong with that. 10 is too. I thought he should never go below 8, but that was just me. This is an impressive drive. It's creative too. Troutman? Man, everyone's getting involved on the Saints. Oh, that
Abrams just hit Drew Brees as hard as he could.
Did he?
Oh yeah.
Drew Brees is already moving really slowly. I got to be honest. I want to see this hit. Oh yeah, yeah, he went for it. Abrams is moving into almost Jersey territory for me because I miss violence, guys. I really do. That was a big selling point for me. I liked when pulling guards used to just crush a linebacker, crashing down on one of the gaps. That was my favorite. And safety play has largely been ignored as far as violence go. There have been more ball hawks lately.
He's doing it the right way. Like he's picking his spots where he can get away with big hits, which I like because it's smart.
No, yeah, like it's just so much harder to have to do it completely clean because I haven't actually seen a dirty hit from him yet. They've just been violent. But mind you, I hate it when they call unnecessary roughness because the hit's violent, even though it's completely clean. That's the one that bothers me the most. I can't do Thursday, Jackson. It'll be Sunday, Mondays, I think. Is that a touchdown? Jared Cook? Wow. Well, Raiders got to respond. They had a great draft. You know what? Or drive. They had a great drive. I can barely speak. Now, though, if you got 5:22 left on the clock, this is a mark of a good team. If you can do push yourself in a position to at least score a touchdown and take a lot of time off the clock, that would be really impressive. Is this a touchdown? Yes, it is.
And that's at least five fantasy points now for Lutz.
Will Lutz halfway there. Oh,
We're most likely not going to be doing a stream on Thursday.
this Expedia commercial is trying to get starting to get on my nerves. Well, we're in Canada, and everything comes a little bit later than the States.
Well, we have a couple of delays because we're watching online, and there's also a delay from us getting to you through YouTube. So there's going to be 2 delays between what you're watching if you're watching on TV and what you get from us.
A lot of the guys are annoyed at it, but I think a lot of players are a lot of viewers. A lot of viewers. I can't get anything right today. A lot of viewers they DVR it and then they move. Then they kind of sync it with us. John just sent me an offer. Hopkins for Lockett and Jones Jr. Should I accept? Well, it depends if you see value in 2 receivers rather than 1. Or, sorry, 1 receiver rather than 2. That's not bad.
Dylan, to get the ball rolling, I think you should just say yes to any offer that you get.
I don't think that's that bad a trade, Dylan. I got to be honest. You have to have a second receiver to make that choice, though. Let me see your team. Yeah, because you can start Diggs and Hopkins are nice receiver pieces. I kind of like it. I don't think it's that bad, even though Tyler Lockett is very good and not that far of a drop off. John obviously likes the prospects of Lockett being underrated and Hopkins perhaps being overrated the last 2 games because Hopkins has been the most used receiver in the NFL.
Mickey made me laugh.
I got to read this. Dylan always says yes to any offer he gets. I can't imagine that not being true. Saints kick off.
Well, nuclear, the smoke has been coming up into Canada. But I'm sure the fires wouldn't stop if they saw the border. And in Canada, we get our fair share of fires, so that's one thing that the U.S. and Canada does have in common.
I have a feeling, though, a lot of those fires in California have something to do with human negligence or perhaps even arson, though. Just because it's unlikely for there to be a lot of fires in California and not at least some semblance of it up here from a statistical standpoint, but I guess it's possible. We do usually get fires. There's a really nice like vacation community about 5 hours away, and they're notorious for getting fires. It's kind of deserty a little bit during some parts of the year. Hey, nice first down for the Raiders, who are they're playing John Simpson in for Richie Incognito, who has a Achilles injury. Josh Jacobs is just wrapped up by 3 Saints. Trent Brown is huge. Looks like a giant kid.
That's a big boy right there.
Possible, Mickey. They didn't take care of dry heat weather. They were cautious. That is someone's job. They weren't trading. Yeah, it's possible that too. I always liked in us. Oh, wow. That was a nice play by Aguilar. It looked quick.
Aguilar, I know a lot of people give him flack, but he still is one of the best receivers after the catch.
Yeah, you could say that. Drought makes it. Well, I always wonder, like, in Australia, they do those, like, they intentionally set fires to kind of, like, they have, like, a firewall barrier thing. And I always thought that was really interesting because I don't know, you're going to stop maybe, like, collateral damage. Or just stop you're going to lose a little bit to save a lot, potentially. Oh, wow. Nice start, Raiders. I think they're going to score too fast here, though. That's my worry. You know what's funny? I just realized, Big Rye, if they lose another tackle, you know who could play tackle for the Raiders? Jason Witten. On passing downs, you wouldn't lose much.
I just don't know if you're
That's,
getting.
can you think of anything more egregious? I have a hard stance on like fire or forest fires. If you start one of those, that should be punishable by death. They kill a bunch of innocent animals, destroy the earth. Come on now, it's pretty bad. It's up there. 1st and 10. Demario Davis, very versatile linebacker. Davis got he's been really good for the Saints. I think he got a new contract, but the Jets didn't get a lot for him. I always found that interesting. Only linebacker since 2016. 500 pass rushes and 1,500 coverage. Wow.
Dylan, I don't know who else is versatile. Can you let us know?
Wow.
Total brain lapse by Lattimore on that play.
Well, Nuclear, if we're watching the game and you know we're on a delay, if you don't mind, you don't have to put that in there. Never mind, I read it wrong. Okay. This is looking good for the Raiders, and they're getting into 2-minute warning territory, which is nice for clock management. The only thing is the Saints are a team that only needs about 50 seconds to put points up, which I always question if you can do it that fast.
I'm just not confident if the Raiders can get scores. Like I think controlling the clock for the Raiders is out of the question.
Why? Because it's too advanced?
I just don't think it's in the skill set of Derek Carr.
Yeah, please don't.
First and 5 here. They still have all 3 timeouts. The Saints have 2 timeouts. I really, really hope they come out and run the ball.
Yeah. At least force the Saints to use a timeout or run the clock down a bit.
Mm-hmm.
The Raiders just said they aren't snapping it. That's pretty good. That's not bad. It was pretty casual.
Ah, I wouldn't say you're really wrong. Just a bad result.
Well, he's playing fantasy, Dylan, and he just hasn't been on stream.
Yeah, it's not easy for everyone. Not everyone's available at the time when the streams are on or games are on. Or they might be going out watching games with friends. Like, you're not exactly going to throw the stream on if you're hanging out with people watching the game.
You're gonna need some dedicated viewers for that.
Oh, you took Minnesota for the division and the conference? I hope you got good prices.
You're not done yet, but it's not a good start.
Well, we get our wish they run the ball, but the play is blown up. I'll be fading Minnesota and Carolina for sure in the coming weeks. Jackson said nuclear. That was a Colts bet in my opinion, but the line was odd. They arguably shouldn't have been 3-point favorites against the Vikings.
Yeah.
Division
Yeah,
is
exactly.
plus 165, which feels about right.
Davis is having a nice game.
So Saints did use their second timeout after stopping that run. It looks like they're going to be throwing the ball here, which I think is a mistake. Especially because Carr's going to throw this one away, which stops the clock, which is very helpful for the Saints.
Might also, you know what? You can make an argument for taking a sack here, Big Rye.
You don't want to take a sack there. Like you want to at least get some positive yardage, and you want to keep that clock running. I would have preferred a run.
Two of the starters are injured, Mickey, so that's got to hurt them. Is that a touchdown?
That's a touchdown. At least it was marked as one.
I thought the ball hit the ground. Who's 12? Ruggs?
It's Zay Jones, one of
Zay Jones?
my favorites.
Well, Zay Jones had a bizarre mental episode that kind of ended his tenure with Buffalo. Maybe that happened in between Raiders and Buffalo, or Buffalo and the Raiders. Is this a touchdown?
I think it helped him out of the Buffalo organization. It looks
might have.
That looks good.
I think that's good. The ball kind of hits the ground, but it totally stuck to his body. It should stand. I hope it does. I mean, obviously, it has financial implications for us, but
And it stands. Extra point for the Raiders.
Buffalo Bills legend, you could call him that.
And the kick is good from Tucker Carlson.
I didn't see Tucker Carlson wearing his bow tie today.
Yeah.
Oh, is he past all that?
Uh, Buffalo Bills legend. Mickey says too much time. It would have definitely helped to have a running play before. But
Yeah, we
I think a touchdown is a success for the Raiders because it's most likely the Saints are going to come up, put up points. But if they can make it 3, then. But I agree. That's not how I would have been making those calls.
I have a feeling that the Raiders' home field is going to increase once the stadium gets filled. If the Golden Knights, if their crowd attendance is any indication.
Yeah. I think the games are going to be wild in Vegas. Like I'm definitely excited to go. I think I was mentioning before you came on stream that I was even looking into season tickets, and that would be a lot of fun to be able to go to Raiders games.
That would be unreal. Las Vegas is the cheapest place to travel from where we are, and so a lot of people have second homes from here. They call them snowbirds in Arizona or Las Vegas, so it's very common to travel from Vancouver. Yeah, I'd like to see it too. From what I hear, the stadium's cashless, which I find very interesting, considering it's in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Las Vegas, the town that uses probably the most cash per capita of any town in the United States.
So they ran that play earlier on that drive, and then down at the goal line, they used that same play as a distraction.
Well, Nuclear, they're not bad. Like, I've been to the Black Hole and stuff. I went with my father. Tickets were unbelievably expensive. I think we were right behind the guy with the Darth Vader guy, and it was like 900 US. So, and then then I bought the most expensive. I bought two double Caesars for $49 each, one for me and him. So it was a fun but expensive outing. Is that a fumble?
That was a drop from Ty Montgomery, who was an interesting player who was once a receiver, switched to running back, and now seems like he can't find his way into snaps. A prominent player, I should say, in the Green Bay Packers offense a few years ago with
Formerly,
a very interesting skill set.
You know, we got to give a shout out to Jonathan Abrams for coming back. I'm really glad that would have put a damper on this whole week. But the NFL better learn from having such dangerous stuff on the sideline, because realistically, it's only a matter of time. Because think about it, if he went head first in that, could have killed him. You're gonna have a steel structure, like you said. Wow, they really went after the ball, Damon Arnett. Yeah, that happens in every bathroom, I think, though. Nuclear. Smith having a nice half, 80 yards and 4 receptions. Very strong.
The Bills Mafia tailgaters are still the best.
Yeah. I was going to say that.
Interception.
What?
I think it's Joe Morrow.
I want to point something out. We got 3 timeouts, Raiders fans. Woo!
Sorry, Nicholas Morrow, not Joe Morrow.
You got Joe Burrow stuck in there. It's close enough.
Dolphins coaches are known for railing.
They definitely are. Who was it?
Into it with Rogers or something. Anything equals details, LOL. Don't leave us hanging. This was in the bar, not the bathroom. There's a couple of bars like that around here.
Yeah.
Someone
did that at Tim Hortons. I'm a Raiders fan for the night, boys. Well, hold on. The first quarter was ugly. Second quarter was great. We don't know what's going to happen. That's why we watch sports. Who knows what's happening? Three timeouts still. Don't screw this up, though. Going in the half of the lead be great. Jackson, I'm just looking for 3 points, to be honest. That's a win, anyways.
I can't wait to watch the Killers at halftime.
The Killers. It seems like such like a bad band name. Is he out of bounds, or are they
They kept him in, and
call a
Carr's
timeout, please and thank you?
panicking for the
Okay,
timeout.
that still took too long, I think.
I imagine Dolphins bathrooms like the ones in the offices at Stratton Oakmont.
Stratton Oakmont's from Wolf of Wall Street,
Oh yeah,
and I can only imagine. Ty would be
seriously, a
great.
tie would be great. I'm trying to see what
Ty,
the live line is, but they don't have one posted at the moment. Uh, I thought it was quite funny. I forget if it was the Thursday night game or Sunday night game, but they gave Joe Buck. They inducted Joe Buck into the Football Hall of Fame.
I find that bizarre, but why
Oh
did he
my
even?
goodness!
Did he get out of bounds?
Malcolm Jenkins rocked him out of bounds, which somehow was not the play to make there.
No, it was not. I mean, they have two more timeouts, so it's not like, but don't force them not to use them.
They can do anything here because they're not even going to be able to get off three more plays. So these two timeouts are quite safe.
And I would have spread it out and ran a draw here. There's still five guys in the box there.
And Waller's going to get out of bounds. So still 20 seconds left. So they still have time for three more plays.
Big Rye, question. Is this the most efficient 1 minute offense we've seen in that I can remember this season? This is looking great. And these guys this is well coached too. They're all getting out of bounds. They know what to do, even though it's just an exercise more or less because they're safe because of good timeout management.
Well, I think this is
very
just
good.
soft coverage from the Saints. I don't understand what they're trying to do here because they're having success making Carr hold the ball. And with this coverage, it's forcing the ball out of his hand quickly. So I think it's almost more of a mistake by the Saints than a good thing from the Raiders.
Okay, so here's something interesting. If you're gonna tap your helmet, you have to convince them you got hit on the head. So if you're going to do that, you might as well sell out and do a soccer style motion. you know, be an Italian soccer team and roll around and grab your head.
I'm confused about these rules because I've seen quarterbacks dive and get nailed. And like he didn't get nailed there, but there was definitely some pretty good contact by that second defensive tackle.
David Onyemata or whatever.
Yeah.
He slid and got hit. I technically think this is a penalty. Not that I think it should be, but I think in the rule book it is.
I can't remember if it was. I think it was Kyler Murray in week 1. They had 2 calls against him, and I've never seen a guy get touched so lightly and receive a call. So I'm just confused by what is considered a penalty and what isn't when quarterbacks are sliding.
Well, it's hard to get consistency when you make every rule so convoluted.
Yeah.
They can run 3 plays here.
And they run this ball.
I like this.
This is tough because they have to use their last timeout now. And if they don't get into the end zone and the clock keeps running, like they're in danger of not being able to get this clock stopped in time. So really this third down play has to be into the end zone or nothing at all.
You can run a drag on the one, Big Rye, and kind of gamble it there. I don't think you need a heavier guy though. Like running it with Renfro, I don't think is good enough.
Well, this throw has to be to the back of the end zone. and I wouldn't be surprised if New Orleans gets a pick here. And
If
a
it-
sack ends this. A sack is no points, so we're gonna see what we
Yeah,
get.
Neymar did do a lot of that.
I'd like to see like Carr throw a fade in the top of the screen. He does it
I
to the
don't trust him.
bottom, but
That's
the
fine. Let's take the 3 points. I was nervous they were going to botch this.
they didn't botch it, but it wasn't.
I said I was worried about them botching it. Brian Greasy not impressed with the choice there. Hey, we'll take it, Raiders. We will take this. I am fine with that result.
Well, Nuclear got your wish. A tie would be great at half. Killers is good name, but a bad band. Yeah, fat guy. I'm feeling good about plus 5.5 so far, but I also took the money line, so I want as many points as I can get at the half.
Don't
Took
be
them
greedy,
plus
Big
4.5
Rye.
and sprinkled a bit on the
Hard.
money line. I just had to. I did the same zaps. I got them at 5.5, and then I did a money line play as well before kickoff. I was in Miami at the end of the Cocaine Cowboys days, and I missed all the action. Yeah, he needs acting lessons. Heyo says NFL's turning into soccer. You have to dive for the penalty. Nuclear said if it
Really, I
was
think he
Brady,
did.
it'd be a flag. Neymar's the worst football player at flopping. Tied at half. Don't miss it. Raiders get the ball first. What's the live line now? It's not saying. Let's see. I don't know if they have a separate place for halftime. Doesn't look like it.
They must.
But I got my eye on the live line. The live line is a pick'em, but the Saints are minus 155. So really the line should be like Saints -3.
So we've got some value from the results of the first half, you could say. Adam Schefter.
Here's the news. NFL fines Denver, San Fran, Seattle for not wearing masks. Head coaches are fined $100,000. Teams are fined $250,000. And Sean Payton was clearly not wearing a mask that first half.
He'll be paying $100,000. You know, only I feel like those fines are pretty large, but is it just me cynical thinking? Oh man, Solomon Thomas and Nick Bosa are missing the season. Wow.
Barkley's out for the season. McCaffrey's out 4 to 6 weeks with a high ankle sprain. The thing that sucks about those injuries is all three of those guys were ACLs, and really that's a 2-year injury.
Yeah, it generally is. For me, it was 2.5. It was bad. So obviously, I didn't have the rehab of those guys, but I can tell from personal experience, tearing a couple ACLs in one leg is really bad. The going back to what I was saying though, they're huge fines for the no mask thing. I mean, I guess their idea is safety, but at the same time, like, I don't know, it's almost profiteering, right? Like a coach paying $100,000, he's just trying to communicate, and the coach, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, why don't they just? Well, the NFL should be mandating, like, I don't know, Bane masks or something.
I think that it's all kind of just for show, though. Like, I think that they say these things to the public, but I don't think there's actual money being exchanged.
I doubt that. I actually think there is money exchanged. The NFL, the players show some of the stuff, like they have to pay $2,000 for not having their socks line
Yeah,
up or
but
something like that.
The NFL, it's all like revenue sharing anyways. So like they're just giving money to the league, and then the money's gonna get split out later on. Like, I don't know.
I think it's the image it portrays too. That's possible. Yeah, but you're still giving away. Then you're only okay. So you're getting a 132 discount.
I don't understand how there's been not one COVID update from the start of the season until now. I find that it's very, very statistically unlikely that no one's got COVID in this week and a half.
Well, they're trying to say that their procedures are better. 49ers have to play at MetLife again. That is the most interesting point. So the 49ers suffered those brutal injuries, and a lot of people are saying it's because of the field condition at MetLife Stadium, having just played the Jets. Anything and everything pointed out that they're now going to have to play the Giants this week at MetLife. They're saving on travel, but this, I don't know. I can tell you from, Big Ryan and I used to play a lot of sports growing up, and all knee injuries seem to come from poor turf or poor field because you get your leg caught. Because that's what happens is that little bit of friction that it has. Like natural grass is just so much better. I'm assuming MetLife is turf. I don't actually know off the top of my head, but I mean mud or turf, and you get your foot caught, and then all of your weight gets focused onto your joints, and that's how those ACLs get torn. That's how I tore mine. I tore my ACL, MCL, PCL, meniscus all at once because my foot got caught in turf. So it's just very unfortunate. I think it's dangerous, and I don't know. If I had to play on that field, I would have second thoughts if I was a high paid athlete because there's career implications. Like Nick Bosa's in his second season. You know what I mean? It's not his 12th season. Oh, thank you so much.
I appreciated anything and everything. That's really nice of you. Very generous. Mickey's saying he's got the conspiracy is in after the first Tuesday in November, they're going to miraculously find a cure.
Yeah, it's possible. Jets historically have a high injury rate. Well, then you could also, Hio had some funny points last week, but you could make the implication that perhaps, it's correlated to where they play, right? I'm going to go grab some Zaw, so if you could excuse me for a moment, considering it's the Killers halftime show. Not that I want to miss.
They found a vacant rooftop in Vegas to hold this concert, which I find kind of funny. It's new turf. Saints are an over team. It just depends on the game. The Saints are just so efficient on offense, but they've got a pretty sturdy defense. I know that sturdy defense doesn't always translate into low-scoring games, but they've got a high over-under for most times. Same rooftop as the Hangover. Yeah, Jamie, I was gonna try to email you about this. So when you guys are making your picks, just make sure you use the same email every week. So I don't want you to have to type it out here, but I just need to know which email you want to go with, and then I can set them both so it's all going to be the same. Let's see. Looking close. Jamie, if you're there, do you want me to use your Gmail or your EDU? What would you prefer? Hey, Jeezy. Yeah, it's close. You and Billy369 are going to be tied if Vegas covers, so we're going to have to spin the wheel for the next video. So if the Raiders do cover, we're actually not going to know if you're going to win until next week's video. Anything, I totally agree. The singer looks a little bit like he could have had some surgery. I was just thinking, like, I don't know if bands have like really hot guitarists and stuff, but those guys seem like true musicians, if you know what I mean. Not exactly lookers. You know, even I think Dylan would take a run at him, but not too many people would. Yeah, exactly, Mickey. Just like you said, Dylan never turns down an offer. Yeah, for sure, Jamie. I'm gonna update it right now. All right. Let's let me see if it's updated now. Yep, it's updated now. So I've got you at 21-9, tied for third place, Jamie. Oh, it's all good. Do you want me to change it to the? Well, I can change that one too. I'll use your EDU one as the.
Base email.
Yeah. All right. I updated all of them.
Any and everything having a birthday. So happy pre-birthday in a week from now. And what a game is it? We'll be streaming that game. It will be possibly a preview of the AFC Championship game. The two best teams in the first 2 weeks, definitely. The Chiefs at the Ravens. I could barely get that out. I was trying to be very promoty with that type of tone. Didn't work. Guess we can't all be winners, eh, Dylan? I like the Tuesday vids better. There's a chance we could switch to that. We wouldn't. The one thing I don't like about it is there's unfinished business because of Monday Night Football. We are at the mercy of YouTube though, so it'd have to be there have to be some. There couldn't be too much tactical loss. Let's call it.
The video did really well today as far as viewership. It's been probably our best performing video of the these first 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's not great, Mickey. We don't. It kind of like it's bad for our core viewership, like the top end. But we have like casting a wide net is important, considering we're not at a point where we can't actively we're not at a growth point where we can't actively not search for more viewers. You know, we need more Mickey Hills, we need more John Stacey's because we got to keep this project growing a little bit. Oh yeah, I know you're not hating, but we got to. This is why we got to discuss it with you guys because it impacts you guys, and we care about about how this project interacts.
Yeah, and also there's been some requests for me to put out videos closer to games, so I think I might start doing like a Friday. Well, I'll probably be doing them on Saturdays. I think I'll release videos early on Saturdays and talk about the betting market. Better picks would help too.
Yeah. He's not when the man's not wrong.
He isn't, but fading us right now is the way to go. Yeah,
they're so in flux, and we've been wrong. We've been on the wrong side of a bunch of them, Mickey. So I mean, in the contest, I know it's going to hurt us, but I mean, we're at every disadvantage in the contest, and it's not really important for us to. I mean, we want to do well, but at the same time, like the information, I think, is more important than anything, right? What was I going to say though?
If anything, it's a really good way to know what the lines were at the start of the week. So when
then if we start doing Saturdays,
Wednesday, Thursdays.
If Big Ride does Saturdays, then we can do like a closing action when you get to see the difference.
Yeah. Well, even like the best thing would be to do it like an hour before games on Sunday, but then you're talking about putting out a video that's going to be good for 1 hour and then it's kind of useless.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Really nice tackle from Demario Davis because that could have been a big gain if Waller breaks that.
Davis had a crazy game. Thanks, Mickey. Yeah, we have had some good ones over the years and stuff, and we've done pretty well despite some of the disadvantages, I would like to think. I was proud of one of the comments I read on this newest video is we got called out for losing, obviously, which is fine. But someone said they goes, well, they're honest and we didn't lie, right? And that's one thing. I honestly think we have more transparency, and I think we're a lot more honest than most channels about gambling, and that's kind of what our goal was. I don't know, if you just lie about how good your picks are, you don't give any sort of context to them, then really what's the point then? And you don't offer any value. It's just a lie, right? And that's what a lot of touts do, and we have more disdain for the touting service than anybody.
What's going on, Jameson? 19-12 is an excellent start to the season. It really is good.
Fantastic. I don't love a lot of the games either, Jackson. Yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised if we booked a small win this weekend. Obviously, that small wins are great, but that's kind of where I'm headed with that. Raiders saved by the refs. I don't know. That might have been PI. I don't really know what PI is anymore under the rules. A cornerback, I think, is the hardest job in the NFL. Touts suck. They charge more. They make you pay commission twice essentially, and they can't beat the rake themselves. So how could you pay them? You zaps. Yeah, it seems like everyone is winning and going 7-0 every day on gambling Twitter. Yeah, exactly. It's all BS. It is all. That's there's a guy. Who did I bet? There's a guy that comes to the bar I work at. I only work 1 day a week, and he said he could hit 70% against the spread, and I said I'd bet him $200,000 if he picked 1,000 game sample of any sports he wanted against the spread, and and he could provide us he could win 700 of the 1,000 games, and obviously he declined, but it's because I think I looked it up. It's about 1 in a billion. You know what I mean? It's just it's so difficult, and our contest proves that every year. Who won? Jake Jacobs won, and he got, what, 56?
Don't miss a moment of your favorite shows on VSiN.
No, I haven't seen VSiN. I just pulled it up here.
Foster Moreau Raiders. I think I checked out Vision once. There was something I didn't like about it, but there was something I did like about it. They have odds by state. Oh, is it just odds, or I want them? I want the information. I want the money.
57% is like realistically the best that people can do betting against spreads.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's tough.
57 is
It's tough.
possible, but that's the best. Oh, Musburger started it. Yeah, we did check this out last year, but I think we liked like Action Network. I don't know. It's been our thing. We've kind of liked it. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this up. I'm gonna do a little research on Vision after this game. They have Bundesliga too.
It's first and goal for the Raiders. Jacobs made.
Is that not an incredible run?
Oh my goodness!
That's gonna get. Oh, that's a thing of beauty. I don't.
They gave him all
I
the
don't
forward
really-
progress too.
I don't really hype running backs too much. I have this game with Jacobs, but I'm sorry. That is just an absolute incredible run, because that could a lot of running backs that would have been a 1 yard loss, and he moved the pile, and the O line knew what to do. Let's get it again, boys. That was fantastic. You get in? Did he pull the ball over?
I think they're gonna.
I don't know. I think that might have gone in because he might have pushed it over at the end.
Do you think the refs are gonna get fined for pulling their masks down?
That's a good question. Probably not. They only make 11,000. Let's see.
Oh, he lost the ball when he jumped.
Oh, that would be it. Oh, wow. That could have gone. That might have been a touchdown, though, when he reached over. I love that they're doing it again.
Oh my goodness!
No, he didn't. Oh, that's
That
you.
was-
Unnecessary roughness.
That was definitely a late hit.
You can't. Oh, what? Man, get Ed Hockley back. He never had it.
That was the old fumble Ruski play.
Yeah, it kind of was. Oh, no, that was the Emancipation of Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
I think it's Statue of Liberty is what it's actually called, assuming you do it correctly.
Statue of Liberty's different. Wide open. Waller touchdown.
Raiders.
Like, Carr and the Raiders got it done there, but Carr doesn't instill confidence in some of these.
Yeah, some of this is a little
plays.
lucky.
I was going to make a comment 3 possessions ago that the Raiders pretty much have to score on every possession to have a chance now at this game, and they've done it since I thought that. I know it's easy for me to say it now, but they're definitely live. Like, they're up 7. We'll see what the live line's at now. Well, they're up 7 now after this extra point.
I was looking up the school that one of the viewers said he was going to, the high school. Ernest Biner is the running backs coach.
I don't know who that is.
I guess he has a lot of regrets as far as ball security goes.
Who's that?
Ernest Biner?
I don't know who that is.
He was a running back for the Cleveland Browns. And the Browns went to 4 AFC championship games in a row. And they're playing the Broncos, and they're pretty much guaranteed to win if they get this touchdown. And he fumbled on the 2 or the 4. I don't know if it was a Steve Atwater or a hit. but he fumbled the ball, and then the Browns played prevent defense, and the Broncos went the distance and scored a touchdown. It's called The Drive, and John Elway booked a Super Bowl appearance. Who did the Broncos lose to? Redskins or Giants? No, Giants beat the Bills, and I don't know who the other team the Giants beat. Mickey will be able to refresh me.
Jeremiah Castile stripped him.
Sorry, what's that?
Jeremiah Castile stripped him.
Ernest Biner, yeah. What year was it?
$1987.
That seems right.
It was
Yeah, they lost to the Redskins.
It was in 87, but it was probably the 86 season. That's still pretty good, Mickey. The fat guy still needs you still need 1.4 points from Drew Brees.
Is that what I
Who
need?
somehow managed only to put up I don't think this is right. I don't think it's updating.
Yeah, the Giants beat Denver. Denver went to back-to-back Super Bowls, 86 and 87. Yikes.
Did Jacobs score? I don't think Jacobs has scored.
No, he hasn't.
But the Raiders are up, Fear. Which is good for Jacobs going forward. Actually, sure one of these teams has Jacobs.
Mickey's got incredible recall for that kind of stuff. That's why I always have to point to him. To give me some, let me off the hook just a little bit. I was born in 87, December, so I wasn't around for a lot of that. Oh, if there were fan zaps, totally right. You know what it is, though, Jackson? Jacobs has played great, but it's hard to come up. It's hard to manufacture fantasy points when the defense is focusing on you because they've been in the backfield a lot on some of his runs.
Well, and he was inches away from a touchdown there, and 11 fantasy points is more than respectable. Fantasy
That's fine.
day.
I mean,
sounds a lot better than 5.
He should average about 14, though, I would imagine, Jacobs.
Imagine how electric the atmosphere would be if they had fans at this game. It's 100% true, Zaps. I felt that way about a few games, like the Seahawks game last night. I feel like
that game was
that
great.
way. There was a few other games this week. Oh, we've got an injury from a Saints tight end here.
Which hill is that? I can't recall.
I was just about to ask you, but I will look it up. It's not Taysom. It's Josh Hill.
Yeah, I know. What's that?
Josh Hill. I'm down 7 points. Lutz needs to kick this field goal, and Jacob needs to take me home.
Yeah.
Lutz could definitely put up 7 points before this game's over. Yeah, exactly. And the Saints are a good rushing defense generally. Jacobs was only projected 13 points for this game. A touchdown should get him there.
Yeah, and he was literally inches away. I still feel it actually was. I didn't get a good look at it, but he possibly reached over the line.
And I'd say 13 is a pretty high projection.
I don't think so.
Well, how many you think he'd finish the year with, like 8 to 10 touchdowns?
This year I'm feeling like 10 to 12, to be honest. This is off a big gut, though.
Yeah. that still means he's got to put up 80, 90 yards a game to average 13 points.
Yeah, roughly, yeah. That's not unreasonable, considering it's combo and he's getting a little more passing yards. Because think of Jalen Richard, how little his role has been this year. Yeah, you're catching a little married banter there, anything and everything. Now, Mickey's got an interesting point. When are D's going to realize that Breeze can't throw deep anymore and start stacking the box? I mean, he's not wrong. Like, he almost can come in a few inches. Like, him and Brady are they're still surgeons, but there's the deep ball is getting affected. Not as bad.
I think Breeze can still throw the deep ball, though. I just think they're choosing not to. Like, it's one of those things too. If they're stacking the box, you're telling me that Breeze can't throw like a 25-yard pass, like pretty much off the snap. Like, there's ways of going deep without throwing like 60 yards.
But he means like at least inching in and crowding that. You can crowd the middle part of the field. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And but I almost think that what would be better is if you can just get him off balance. Do you know what I mean? Because if you have to throw from a back foot, I don't think those guys have the extra mustard.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing when you see players like Mahomes who are backing up and are still able to throw like that 90-mile-per-hour fastball.
Yeah, he throws a laser beam off the back foot, right, with no stepping into it.
Yeah.
That's like, I don't know. There were times where both those guys could not
Fumble.
quite mimic Mahomes.
And a
Is
flag
it out?
as well. The ball's out.
Raiders got it. I don't know what this flag is. All right, if they're going to call it on Collins, this is going to be a travesty. Kamara's not even arguing, so this is out.
It wasn't clear who had the ball.
Yes. I think the Raiders got it.
I don't know. They didn't show that the Raiders picked up the ball.
Well, Kamara didn't argue, though, and he didn't have it.
Well, I think he didn't argue because the Saints had the ball. Yeah, I think Gruden was asking if it was...
Oh, to whether to decline or accept?
Yeah, because obviously if it's a fumble, you're declining. But who... I think number 75, is that Andreas Pete? I think he gets
Andreas
on it.
Pete?
I think he gets on it right there.
Wow. See, that could have been the dagger right there.
But 1st and 20, not an easy spot for the Saints to be here at midfield. They hit Kamara down low, and solid tackling by the Raiders. That's what they needed.
I hang out with a lot of Americans, Mickey, so it's possible. Starting to maybe switch up my dialect.
Fear
I'm
liked
brutal
the
today.
Week 3 video, but he didn't appreciate you disrespecting the Texans and the Cardinals. Lions +3, they'll probably go up
Disrespecting?
28, then lose by 4. Sorry, guys, I'll catch up. This game's been good, so it's hard to get to all the comments. And they pick up a nice chunk of yardage here. There's a flag, though.
This might be a hold again.
Yeah, Oakland signaling that it's against the Saints.
Is Oakland's defense? I said they weren't going to get better. Boy, was I wrong. The juice is getting turned up. I don't really believe
I made
it.
the mistake by calling them Oakland, and you did too.
I just think of them as Oakland. I already apologized in advance for the whole year.
Yeah.
Like them and the Redskins, it's just not going to change. You know, I'm stubborn. And Crosby is great, man. What a pick. He is one of the better, higher value picks the last 5 years. 2nd and 26. I like that. Good protection.
Dump off to Kamara.
Who 17 had a block, 2 flags now. Who is 17 Sanders? That was a big block from him. Are they going to get him for block in the back? I think they are. Comedy of errors from the Saints, it feels like. Mind you, how many penalties are just arbitrary though? I want to see this again. That was awesome. I love that stuff. I mean, I guess that's because it's a new rule. I guess that's it. That was a good play. Hey, Zitvono.
What's going on, Zit?
What a... Yeah, I think that was BS. That was awesome, actually, Mickey.
So, I thought
It might
20
follow
was
the rule,
bad.
but why would you want to... I don't know. That's just football, isn't it?
All right, Jackson said, I don't know why the Texans are getting love from the public this week. Hopkins trade really hurt their clout, and they got blown out twice. Zab said they might be Jackson, but I saw the Steelers are getting the majority of the money. Fat Guy says, out like an American. Big Rice says it like a Canadian. Hell yeah, brother. Zaps, that tells me Sharps are on the Steelers. I'll take a look at that after. We get a screen
Raiders
here.
have had a pretty good run, Zitvono. And the defense, like I made the comment in the first quarter, they're not going to get better staying out on the field. They've looked great. Realistically, they've made plays. And I always say I don't believe momentum, but they seem energized, this defense.
Yeah, the line right now is the best line you can get on the Texans is +4, and the best line on Steelers is -3.5. And Sharps are hammering the Steelers, so I'm not. I'd have to double check to see what injuries there are, but it feels like they're trying to get people to bet Steelers because that line just doesn't make sense. And I think there's still 38% of people have bet Texans at +4. It's kind of
Oh,
surprising.
no doubt. The Saints could come back and even cover, but this is just decent. This is decent for the Raiders. Up 7 with the ball.
And Jackson's 100% right that Sharps are on the Steelers. I just find it strange. I find that line very strange because it opened at 6. I'm on Raiders, but that was BS. Yeah, that. I guess like it's called block in the back, but that sure looked like a block from the side. I don't know what's considered.
Well, it wasn't blocking the back. It's hitting a defenseless guy. You know what I mean?
That's what they called?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
No, I know. It's just football. And it wasn't that malicious. He really, he didn't kill shot him. He just got him out of the way so that the running back could make a play. It's football. You block.
Do
in
we
football.
like Barry Melrose? We're both starting to look like Barry Melrose. That's for sure.
Bloated.
Yeah. If I don't shower for about 4 days, I start looking like Barry Melrose.
How would you even know that? Like Big Rye lives like Mr. Burns when he starts becoming germophobic.
Yeah. I've left the house like 3 times in the past 6 months. You figure I'd have
Barry
more
Melrose
times
used to
make
coach.
videos.
Barry Melrose used to coach the Islanders.
I forget, but
Kings.
it didn't last long wherever he was.
No, I
last.
know it didn't. Then is he a GM now?
I doubt it. He's usually in TV. He got hired by Tampa Bay in 2008 to coach, and he made it 16 games, and then they fired him. He's got a
He must
terrible
interview
record.
well. He must interview well.
He's just
Was he an agent? I
he's-
almost think he was an agent too.
No, he's just an on-air personality. Like he's just they like him for that. It looks like this play's coming back.
2 flags though, could be offsetting. Just trying to get choppy.
He was
Been one
like,
a long time.
I know, like back when I used to go on ESPN quite a bit, like 10 years ago, Barry Melrose was like, he was like the guy for hockey. Like he was like the writer, the guy, like kind of like how, what's his name is for fantasy football, Matthew Berry. He was that guy for hockey. I don't know if he still is. I'm sure he still is, but back, I feel like it was like 2006 maybe. Like it wasn't even 10 years ago. It's longer than that. I'm sure. he
Raiders on
probably
a
still is.
4-drive scoring streak.
Like if they want to win this game, like they pretty much have to put up points. It can be field goals. They just got to put up points pretty much every drive. Slap
Y'all like
Shots.
slap shots?
I like Slapshot. Slapshot's
course.
a really funny movie.
It'd be hard to find a Paul Newman movie that isn't good, by the way.
Yeah, but his salad dressings leave a lot of lackluster.
You know, all that money goes to charity, they say.
Yeah, he's a good man. I know he's one of my grandma's favorites, so he's got to be a good guy if she likes him.
The Hustler.
Hell
Hustler's one of my
yeah,
favorite.
Sneaky. Slapshot
I
is like
usually-
one of the only movies I have seen.
Yeah, yeah. Hanson Brothers, absolutely.
Yeah, the Hanson brothers are terrific. I
I'm
like
gonna watch
the
Slapshot tonight.
I like the French goalie, or the French Canadian goalie.
Yeah, because it's pretty accurate. 3rd and 3, key down here for the Raiders.
When he's talking about all the penalties. Or no, the best scene is when he goes, he's trying to get his attention. He keeps yelling like, Hammerhead, your wife's a dyke. She sucks pussy. That's
Whoa.
the best.
Little
line
callous
ever.
with the language there, Big Rye.
Yeah, that's the line from the movie. It's a good line.
Oh, context.
Yeah, see, Mickey knows what I'm talking about. That's definitely to me, that's the highlight of that movie.
What was the team they were?
Barry Melrose lost in the Stanley Cup Finals as a coach in his first season, and then he pretty much went on to lose like almost every game after that in his coaching career. 3rd and 3, and the Raiders pick it up. Darren Waller is balling out this game. I know someone earlier said like you can't call him a superstar, but he is becoming a very, very good player at his position.
I said that too. Yeah, I think you're right, Jackson. It's. I think you should buy them now. If you're gonna take the Raiders, I think you should buy them now. This is assuming they get the win, right? We're taking it as it is.
There's still so much that could happen in this game that could affect that line, which is so crazy to say. But like if the Raiders blow this somehow, like people will be all over the Pats, and the Raiders might win by 21. And if they win by 21, people are going to be all over the Raiders. Yeah. So
I think it's time to buy Raiders the way this is going. This is all like this could end up being a statement game because there has been some really tight things that have gone their way, and they look good. They look better right now. Oddly enough, Dylan's very quiet, so that's a good idea to tell you who looks good.
Well, this is one of those 15% chances that they've hit this game.
Why they've taken 2 timeouts this drive? Raiders losing by 3, calling it now. But probably what a 39% chance that happens. Not unreal.
Well, let's take a look at the live line right now is Raiders minus 3.5.
I'll take that, John. Yeah, at even money, who wouldn't, Mickey?
Yeah, John, you got to put your kids to bed. This is one of those streams. I like the longer Gruden coaches this team, what pieces he puts around this offense. This 2020 team has unnoticed talent, and they lost their wide receiver 1. I saw you guys took the Raiders. Yeah, fat guy, you covered that. I don't know. I might wait and take the Pats. I'll see how much that line can come down.
Yeah. You know what you could do? This could be interesting. There could be a middle play. You take the Raiders now, and if the line does come down to 3, you're going to get a high push frequency at 3, and then you're free rolling for a 4-point victory. I thought Cam looked as good as he ever has, Mickey. Because I think they're using him properly.
Well, it's 2 things for Cam. It's Cam Newton when he was healthy was a different player than he was when he was injured. 2, when Cam Newton has really, really good offensive line play, he's played really, really well. And that was the year that the Panthers went to the Super Bowl. You remember how good that offensive line was with Andrew Norwell and I can't remember all the guys there, but that was a serious that O-line played unbelievable for O-line standards. Over the last 10 years it might be the best. And that's crazy to say, but that Carolina team wasn't that good. The coaching wasn't that good, but the O-line play was just so dominant that they managed to make it to the
They got dominated in the Super Bowl, oddly enough, that you say that.
Yeah, they got dominated in the Super Bowl, but it shows you how important that O-line was. They had to win the line of scrimmage for them to have a chance to win. That's what both teams
that
what
is
they
sports,
did.
though.
They got it done. They got it done every single game until then.
They went 15-1. Oh, you had the middle, Jackson? I called that, on the video? Yeah. Oh. God, what a stinger, Oh.
That sucks, Jackson.
Because it's a missed point, because it's only Khalil was a beast. This might be on the yeah, it is.
Carr's laughing because he literally threw that up into double coverage and somehow.
Well, I think did Carr actually make a intelligent play where he was free rolling because he knew he was a flag against?
No, because it was a.
It happened after?
The call was on the hit. So he hit him in the face mask. So Carr panicked and threw that up with the pressure in his face. Ryan Khalil was the center.
Yeah. Isn't he playing for the Jets right now? Yeah, he is. Came out of retirement for Jets money.
That play was blown up. Making up for the penalty. Hendrickson. Cam should have faked run that last play, though. Yeah, we were talking about in the stream that it would have been nice to have that run pass option. That way, if it does get blown up like it was, at least he could stiff arm and backpedal and just kind of lob it up. But New England went all in on the run.
Another way you could do that is you could have a pitching option, if they ran a fake jet sweep.
A lot of that depends on personnel too. They might have kept a couple corners out, and they probably didn't like that. There's an excellent run from Jacobs.
I'm agreeing with the run, but that was some tackle from behind by Davis. Davis has been the best Saint tonight, I think.
Oh, Saints are reminding you of Dallas from last year. Make a lot of noise, but not many points.
I love that run, by the way, though, that play call.
I know the
I think
Saints are favorites for this game, but like this is not an easy game for them to come in and play.
they're autoing Mark Davis. So I'm sure it means MD.
And they're going to be just short here.
They should go for it. This is the Saints.
Well, where they're at on the field, they should go for it. We'll see what they decide to do.
Oh, a win at 6 is huge, Jackson. And if the Raiders are able to, like, look how funny, inadvertently Jackson is gambling on the outcome of this play.
So they're going to line up. I got a feeling they're going to hard count and try to get them offside and then punt. That's my... Oh, they run the play. And it looks like Jacobs is going to get it.
He is for sure in.
They gave him a generous spot. And
That is awesome. Good job, Raiders. '74 did a good job. First down. Absolutely.
Jacobs coming off the field a little bit gingerly.
It looks like he might have got stepped on his calf or something. I think he's done for the series. That would be my guess. He looks like a giant baby, Trent Brown, eh? Trent Brown doesn't look like a nasty guy. You know what I mean? He looks a little doughy, even though he is massive.
I'd like to spend the night as his babysitter.
You and Dylan.
Football's like poker, play aggressive.
It's not wrong.
I love that. You know what my favorite thing about coaches punting and being conservative is that I'm pretty sure that it stems from like having to answer questions with media after the game.
Yes.
It's always like if I love when people make decisions and they get bad results. It's always like, oh, how are you going to explain that decision?
Where it's like they don't realize there's probability involved.
Yeah.
You know what I always found interesting though? It's kind of like when you're down 3-0 in hockey, and you don't pull the goalie till like 2 minutes or whatever, or a minute.
Yeah.
What's the difference if you lose 7-0 or 3-0?
Well, I was talking about this with one of my friends, and we were there was a game where in the playoffs where the team pulled their goalie with like 7 minutes left. But the problem with pulling your goalie with 7 minutes left is like, even with 6 players on the ice, like those 6 players have to play super, super hard. And the problem is you can't, like, you don't have enough good players on NHL teams to be able to cycle through lines of 6 players and keep up that intensity. So it's just not possible from like a talent standpoint and like an energy and effort standpoint. Because in those 7 minutes, that other team's going to get the puck and be able to at least hit center and score.
That's very interesting, but there has to be a point though where you're just better off, right?
Well, it's like, would you rather have like the third string pass rushers come in on like, 3rd and 7 with a minute and a half left if your defense has been on the field for 4 minutes? Like, it's just one of those things where there's going to be some
I would if I got
drop-off.
an extra one. I would if I got 12 players on defense.
Well, yeah, I'm saying that like eventually your guys are going to get tired, so
Yeah, but you're weighing it. You have to weigh it a bit different. And realistically, since hockey is 5 players, it'd be getting like 2 extra players on defense, like percentage wise, right?
yeah.
So I think I would be willing to make that sacrifice at some point. That was a quick
Waller
out.
breaking
Holy.
that tackle, looking like Nelson Aguilar
Holy.
earlier. That's why I said earlier that DeMario Davis tackle earlier was key, and this time it's a safety. Can't bring him down, or PJ Williams, big surprise.
Yeah, yeah. Big rise. Big Rye would consider him the worst starting player in the NFL, or meaningful snap player.
I've just seen him get burned too many times.
Too many times.
Jerick McKinnon is a savvy pickup off waivers fear, especially if he's healthy. And now that Mostert's gone or injured, there's a lot of contact there.
Oh,
So 3rd and 2.
you know who Waller's starting to look like? Kellen Winslow Sr.
Oh, yeah.
I hope not Junior.
Well, we'll just see. If he ever gets money problems, I know it'll do. That's usually that specific pass is where Carr is excellent. And they were just slightly off there.
Oh, it was only like a foot off. Less than that. They can run it twice here. Assuming they get 1 yard.
They should run it, and then if they don't get it, I feel like they should go for the field goal. Oh, no. And that's a disaster.
That's really unfortunate. Yeah, the problem with Dion Lewis, Jackson, is he's not oh, sorry, I just saw the replay. Oh, it's Jalen Richard, the guy who's only played like 4 snaps. That's unfortunate. Dion Lewis is still a complimentary back, so it's unlikely he's going to get a lot of those key downs. But there's also this argument, is the Giants aren't very good. So passing downs, I mean, what other options are there? Wayne Gallman? Wayne Gallman could actually be okay. There's a chance of that.
I don't think they bring in Dion Lewis if they like Wayne Gallman. That's my thoughts. And it's a new coaching staff, right? In New York?
Yeah, Joe Judge. And
Dion Lewis came from the Patriots, I'm guessing, when Joe Judge was there. So I got a feeling they trust Dion Lewis a lot more than they do Wayne Gallman. Is Tevin Coleman out? He hurts his knee in week 2 and he's going to miss multiple weeks. That's even better, Fear. I'm trying to think if they have anybody else in the backfield. It's him and Jeffrey Wilson. So Wilson's going to get those like heavy inside carries, and McKinnon's probably going to play the most, especially on passing downs. I don't know if it's going to matter where Devonta Freeman lands. This is the problem with the running back position, is that there's just too many good running backs. Like, you kind of just got to take what you can get. Freeman's been good, but not good enough to garner just stepping in and playing. I didn't catch the live line between commercial breaks, but that definitely didn't help the win probability for the Raiders. These Adams just or not Adams, Abraham or Abrams. He's just a missile coming in for those hits. It's so hard to trust this defense late in games.
Any defense.
Jonathan Abram hit 22 miles per hour in week 1. He was the third fastest player.
Jonathan Abrams was 3 inches away from causing a fumble and hurting that player.
A rare inaccurate pass from Drew Brees.
Is Abram 2020's Ronnie Lott?
Yeah, you don't see many safeties like this anymore.
They don't exist.
I love watching Abram play, Jackson. I love it. It's going to be 3rd and long for the Saints.
How many first-round picks on this Raiders defense now?
They said, nah, he's Roy Williams.
Nah, he's Roy Williams. A fast Ronnie Lott. There you go.
Ronnie Lott cut off his fingers so he could continue playing the season. That's unreal. I couldn't. Like, I always go back to that story as like, no, that's toughness. That's something that I don't think Adams never do.
I think Adams is has better football awareness and he's more savvy. I think Adams studies more. I don't think Adams is as strong or fast as Abrams is. And I feel like Abrams, he excels through the player or like speeds through the player. This guy is fun to watch, man.
I still think Derwin James is the best safety in the league when he's healthy, but he's not healthy enough, so he can't even be in the conversation.
But here's the thing, Big Rye, is he can even be the same guy after all of these, right? Like, we saw a small window of greatness with Derwin James, but it's unfortunately possibly going to come to a close. Abrams come, yeah, you could argue that as well. Even though Abrams' NFL NFL resume is what, 2 games now? It's you know what it is? Why we're all talking about it? It's because it's refreshing to see somebody, I don't know, someone that violent, right? I feel like this is a soft generation, right? Because they're all taught differently. This guy's cut from a different cloth.
Well, a lot of it has to do with rules as well. It's knowing when you can get away with that stuff. I think a lot of teams don't want to take those chances.
Here's the thing, though. He's able to play that aggressive, but all the hits that I see him do are legal.
Yeah, that's
why
I think
which
it's
is so hard.
Super rare.
Exactly, because it speaks to athleticism. Because you can't throw your body with reckless abandon. Because the chances of you getting an illegal hit is very high.
Derwin James is a pleasure to watch play. He covers so much field. Keanu Neal plays like that too, but he breaks easy.
I like Keanu Neal, but yeah, he I don't think he's quite as explosive, let's say.
I'm gonna sound super dumb here. I'm just gonna look it up.
There's a lot of interesting guys on the Falcons secondary. Falcons have way more talent than they actually than the results show. Abrams just did a spin move to get to the quarterback. He was on a pass rush.
So this flag is on the Saints. They're going to decline. It looks like the Saints are going to be punting. I mean, Malcolm Jenkins made a big play tonight. He's still a hitter in my eyes. Eagles messed up letting him go.
There's some pros and cons to it. Honey Badger, there you go, right? A lot of these guys you mentioned, though, Malcolm Jenkins, Honey Badger, though, I feel like they lost some of their resolve, right? Abrams rather is still Abram is still he's still young enough where this type of aggression is still possible. 22 miles an hour coming in on a hit. Look out. Jalen Richard's play, he's getting away with the fumble, not giving up any points. Raiders able to capitalize on their only turnover.
No, I agree, Jackson. That was a big stand by the defense.
Eric Weddle. Eric Weddle's been underrated most of his career, I got to be honest.
Eric Weddle's retired now. But Eric Weddle had a very, very good career.
He did. It wasn't as strong, obviously, with Baltimore, but this aggression will not stand, man. We're doing some Big Lebowski script reading, much like celebrities are.
Waller is just eating up anybody who's matched up with him this game.
Minka Fitzpatrick for Richard Evans. Good to have you back, Richard Evans.
What's going on, Richard? Welcome to stream. Nice to see you. Fear that's why he's the best. He went out on top. I can't say anything bad about Weddle. Minka all the way. Overpaid. I thought Miami did a good job. I think that was a nice trade for both sides.
I thought they gave up too much to Steelers, but they ended up incorporating them very nicely with their team. I think Carr could have ran for more. Yeah. Mickey said right what I was thinking. Why didn't he just run and take a hit for 4 yards? Or slide and take a hit. Yeah.
I think that's Carr isn't the most athletic of the I missed you too, man. The Carr isn't the most athletic of quarterbacks, but I think a lot of it has to do with coaching. I don't think Gruden likes when the quarterback runs.
That I agree with. But he might be following the rules almost to a detriment.
I think that's
wow.
a horse collar tackle on Cameron Jordan. Not to be confused with Pro Bowler Jordan Cameron.
Jordan Cameron is probably the best looking guy to ever play in the NFL.
I know you always say that. Cameron Jordan.
Jacobs would have got the first down, I think, if he didn't do that.
He probably would have, and Jordan realized it real fast and took his hand off. But that was a really good catch by.
Jacobs he's gonna be banged up by the end of this season.
That call was made by the bingo referee.
Raiders need to come away with points here.
There you go. Malcolm Jenkins makes a play over the middle on Waller. I thought Kelsey was the cutest. I guess I was wrong, fat guy.
Yeah.
I'm more of a Randall Cobb kind of guy. Actually, no, that's a complete lie. I know who the cutest player in the NFL is. It's not even close.
Chase Daniels.
It's Chase Daniels.
It could get dirty here. The problem is the game isn't out of hand, anything and everything. Then it would. Jack Lambert, very handsome guy. Well, depending on who his denturist is, Mickey.
Very handsome. I just Googled Jordan Cameron to see if he's still playing, and the first result to appear was for Cameron Jordan.
That's pretty funny.
That sounds about right. And I'm pretty confident to say Jordan Cameron is no longer in the league. There was
there's one of my favorite players, Hunter Renfro, who looks like he injured himself a little bit on that play.
There was a notable veteran that just got signed to a practice squad, but I can't remember who it was off the top of my head. I think it was a corner.
They canceled the pretty boy Jack, Richard Evans getting in on the joke. They canceled the Roto World app, the NBC app.
I think it's so ridiculous. So I'm now using the my browser, like the website.
Yeah. I was using it today. I didn't like it.
Man, you could argue that was a fumble.
I think he went down. He doesn't look okay. He looks. There might have been a concussion there, I'm thinking.
If the Saints...
Weird that Richard and Mickey, isn't it interesting that Jack didn't get many of the commercials, whereas Joe Green did? I wonder why that was. Wouldn't have to do anything to do with missing all of the front of your teeth.
If you watch this play closely, like the ball comes out.
Oh, he's way down, Big Rye.
No, it comes out before he's down. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets called a fumble.
I would.
So Roto World used to have a standalone app with player news, and they got rid of that app and they moved to a different app that was also, it was Roto World, but instead of going under Roto World's branding, they were going under like NBC Sports. So they had this big thing a month ago where they made people change from the Roto World app to the sports, to the NBC Sports app. And I just signed in, I don't know, 2 days ago, and got this big message saying like this app's no longer an app. So they pretty much sent you to the website and told you to buy the stuff. Guns and arrows at the top. What's going on, Apurva? Dylan's been asking about you nonstop the last 2 streams.
Hey, Corey. Yeah, no, I love the Raiders. I've wanted them. I wanted the Raiders to play like the Titans because I felt like they were built for it. I just hadn't seen it yet, and it's starting to come together. They're not there yet, but it's starting to come together. But you know what's good about that style? If you can get a guy like Ryan Tannehill to run the offense efficiently, like the Titans kind of have, it bodes hope for Derek Carr not, if he's not the guy, right? They brought in Marcus Mariota, but that hasn't really worked. But I mean, that's a good point. If Mariota, even though he's I would say a good fit for the Raiders, if he didn't really get it done in the Titans style, then that's a pretty good sample of it not working in Oakland.
Yeah, Dylan's really been crushing hard. Oh, that's exactly what Mickey just said. Yeah, Dylan crushing on Apurva hard. Dylan's probably
Dylan's crying naked in the bathroom.
My guess is that Dylan stole a car, and he's driving around Florida, lighting stuff on fire and knocking over mailboxes.
Well, you mean peaceful protesting?
Either that, or he's at the gym.
He might be at the gym, beefing up. He needs to make the Saints complete. Dylan Toddfield, New Orleans Saints, 2021.
A nice run from Jacobs. Looks like he picked up about 12.
I think it's Richard.
No, that's Jacobs.
Oh, it is Jacobs.
They were showing a guy getting massaged on the sidelines. It looked like a Raiders running back. It might have just been Jacobs between possessions.
I thought the run was too good to be Richard, and I guess I was right.
Excited about that run. Look at this. He's giving it the old Uncle Rico woo in the background. Mostly peaceful. Peaceful
Well,
protesting.
sorry.
Fat guy 2020.
He's not even
hunting. He's hunting for a free pizza on his Saints bets tonight. You want me to look up mostly peaceful protesting? New Orleans is missing Thomas. It's
I don't think that would have made too much of a difference. Traquan Smith's had a very good game so far. Look at those old school jerseys.
I like this stat that says 95% of protests were peaceful.
Yeah. You could say that about anything, really. Most people don't go out and do stuff like that. We know that.
Yeah.
But it conflates the two things when it happens so often. And the damage is unreal.
As far as I know, Corey, we're not having any riots in Canada. They saved that for Stanley Cup final losses.
Yes. There was a protest that got chippy down here, 2 of them, but they weren't.
Nothing's going to be like it is in the U.S.
It's not going to. It'll pale in comparison.
It's not the same scale. It's not the same. I'd say passion from either side. Excellent run from Jalen Richard, making up for that fumble earlier. That
unbelievable.
That was special. Riots now? That's so June 2020.
Gruden looks happy. I guess Gruden can actually smile when he's wearing a mask.
Yeah, fear.
You know what's interesting? They pitched the ball to Richard again.
Well, like, it would be kind of dumb for the coach to be like, oh, he's definitely going to fumble this toss a second time in a row, right?
Anti-bullying, ruining it. I'm one of the guys that's in that camp, Mickey, only because it happened to me. I was the bullied kid in like the 8th grade because I was only like 5'1", and then by grade 10 I was 6'4" and 190 pounds and not to be messed with. But my dad made me go to a fighting gym all of grade 8 and all of the summer leading up to grade 8, and it was good for me. Learn discipline, and I don't know. It was just for me. It was a lot of growth through that. So for me, the experience was a good thing.
And for me, after that happened, I got my fucking ass handed to me. Started grade 9.
Well, Big Rye had to learn to be diplomatic, and it worked for him.
Yeah, it's weird at 5'3" and 65 pounds. Fights aren't exactly your thing.
Yeah. You were a good basketball player in high school. Let's be real, which is so weird to say. I completely agree, Mickey. And if I had a son, I'd want the same for him. My dad was rough on me, but my dad's super soft now and kind. But during those years, he just wanted me to be stronger. And for me, that worked. But I understand that doesn't work for everybody else.
I find this very, very interesting that the Saints and Raiders live line right now is Raiders -7.5.
Wow.
So there's a lot of confidence that the Saints are going to come back and at least score one more TD before this is over.
Beard, that's actually my only regret was not pushing boxing further. I probably could have made a career out of it. I was pretty good in the ring, but it's just because size. Because that's another interesting thing is just how poor athletes are. Like as you scale it up, because there aren't too many guys that are 6'4" and 6'5". I mean, maybe a little bit more so now, but not as many. And when I was a teenager, but that's why I don't really like watching heavyweight fights in boxing or UFC. I prefer watching the smaller guys because the pool is bigger, and I don't know, like it'd be hard to tell me that Demetrius Johnson, like if you guys remember Mighty Mouse, like the gap between his athleticism and anyone who's ever fought heavyweight except maybe John Jones. Even though John Jones is a light heavyweight, he still has one. How we living, boys? Pretty good. It's been a good Monday. We're we've almost locked up a cover. Is that fair to say, Big Rye? I don't want to use the term locked up considering how Atlanta lost.
Yeah, up 15 and somehow losing by 3 with 4 minutes to go.
Some people will no, they lost by 2, I thought.
Oh yeah. Purva, you're definitely right. We're pretty damn close height and weight wise.
Well, yeah, they are insane, Beard. Because think of the difference, right? If any guy my size hits a guy full on, wow, what a return! They're gonna get knocked out, right? Where that isn't the same for younger guys, because you have less weight, so you have to be just way more technically savvy, way more. And I don't know. To me, it's a pleasure watching. Like a lot of the lightweight boxing, I find very, very entertaining. I'd be okay with 34 and 30, 34, 31. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be okay with it too. Now you say that, still a cover. Let's throw a missed pad in there, Mickey. Make it 33-31. Dylan's gonna be doing. Oh, I almost said I almost said a certain word I should.
Oh, John said they lost by 1 because DQ went for 2 when they were up 19.
I mean,
there were so many things that lost them that game other than that extra point.
Yeah, other than that, but I mean, the one thing I gotta say, that onside kick was the way it was handled was that's enough. Does Gafchi have a chance with Khabib? Oh, of course he does. It's just tough. I don't know, man. Khabib is such a good wrestler. I don't know. I don't see how Khabib isn't a medium favorite in that fight. Gafchi has to catch him pretty much. Or if Gafchi keeps it standing and outworks him, because Gafchi is a really, really, really hard worker. I really like. I had him in the Tony Ferguson rematch, which was really nice. So I mean, Khabib I think is a medium favorite, but the Gafchi has to find a way to stop.
Khabib opened at minus 226. He's been bet up to minus 261. So sharps are on Khabib, and I would suggest staying away from that. The UFC is actually one of the only other things I bet other than NFL at the moment.
There's there could be pendulum value on Gafchi if it goes up anymore. Like if you can get a sucker to give you 3-1.
Jackson, that onside kick coverage was one of the weirder things I've seen in an NFL game. Like I understand not like running and like pouncing on that ball, but like that ball was not moving fast at all.
And the other thing too is a lot of Gafchi fans seems to be in the chat. The other thing about that onside kick, that just speaks to bad coaching. How are your guys not prepared for that situation? You explain that to me?
I don't know. Like it's another thing too that like maybe they are coached to do something differently, but they didn't. So I don't know. It's just strange that somehow the teams that are coached poorly tend to make more bad decisions than the teams that are not coached poorly.
This is interesting. Are the Raiders gassed on defense, Big Rye?
Well, they just made 2 subs up front, and most likely yes. Like this is the thing though, is that they're just gonna sit back on defense right now. You can kind of understand why the line's set at 7.5 because.
What's even worse than that Jackson is Dan Quinn. You can be bottom of the league in defense, like statistic wise, but still offer still be formidable. Let's say they're coached poorly and they're situationally unprepared, which is way worse. It's one game, Dylan. At the end of the day,
Yeah, I
oh,
wouldn't say that
touchdown, and this game's not over either.
I wouldn't say the Saints are regressing. I'd say that this is not an easy game for the Saints to travel to Las Vegas to play the first ever home game here. Like, this is a game that these Raider players are up for.
It's an issue, but I don't think it's as much as they said as the commentators said.
Jackson, that's exactly what I said too. Is that, like, Quinn's a defensive coach, and like offensively they're getting it done. Matt Ryan has been an excellent player his whole career, and it's kind of like Breeze before. Like, they just deserve better than, like, he deserves better than what he's getting on that defensive side. And like, the Falcons have, like, they put a lot of draft capital into that defense. Like, it's not like they're ignoring the defense. Like, it's just what they're doing is not working.
Corey, I'm gonna come at you in a moment.
That
Just quickly reading something over.
Fitzmagic over Minshew Mania. The Finns have the better roster, and Fitz was dazzling yesterday. If this line hits 3, why should I take Miami?
Well, I mean, all right. Let me look at I'm gonna look at the betting market to give a better look.
Well, 38% of bettors are on the Dolphins, and 25% of the money is on the Dolphins. So both the public and the sharps are on the Jags. I could see that line getting pushed up to 3. Honestly, at this moment, I don't think it's a bet either way. But maybe at 3.5, I'd consider the Dolphins.
I think Big Rye just said what I was trying to, because I was looking at the market and I was going to formulate a response. He was quicker to the draw. It does happen sometimes.
Well, the public and the sharps are both on the Jags, and I just think that's the betting percentages aren't uneven enough for me to really like the Dolphins, but I would lean towards the Dolphins.
The Jags have 2 covers in a row, so they kind of have. I would imagine that they have square betting confidence a little more, because don't forget, I feel like people are the most elastic to change in the first 2 weeks, because they'll take the results harder. You know what I mean? Whereas a week 10 game can be written off a little bit easier than a week 2 game, because you got to remember they're reactive to results, right? And the 2 results, Jags are 1-1, but they kept it close.
And this line, like, this game opened as a pick'em. Like, I don't know when that line was put out as the open, but for it to be bet up to 2.5, like, the Jaguars aren't that much better than the Dolphins, if at all. And so for them to be getting points is.
I actually think that from a handicapping perspective, I think the Dolphins have a better roster than the Jags do.
First down for Jacobs.
Buddy, Jacobs is a boss, man.
The Saints only have 1 timeout left. There's 4:14. This is these are going to be some interesting runs. I almost wish he didn't get the first down there, but
yeah, I know, Big Rye, but you got to do it. They're going after that ball. They're gonna go for a fumble here. Got to be worried about ball security. That should be number 1. Getting yards 2. I will say this though, man. If the Raiders are able to run like this consistently, like at the end of games, they're gonna be a force.
Well, they're built to do this. Like,
they're supposed to be able to do this, yes. But I'm saying, like, this type of play is how you beat teams like the Saints. It's how you beat teams like even the Chiefs. If you just keep it competitive and then you get a lead and you just run it out.
Who did that last year against the Chiefs? Was it the Titans or was it somebody else?
The Titans had a shootout with them. The Colts had one of the best games.
It was the Colts.
I've seen coach.
Yeah, it was the Colts. I remember now.
The Colts ran 85% of the time.
Yeah.
The Chiefs, it cost the Chiefs ended up signing people to try and stop that from happening again. But you need a perfect storm though of really strong O line.
Yeah, Corey
Well, I
did
mean, I don't
say
know if
this
they've
last
done that
night.
quite yet, Corey, but they're attempting to do that, which is just nice. All right, we're in a bit of danger right here.
Play action pass for the win.
I don't know if they're going to bite on PA, Mickey. But you get this first down, though, and off we go.
And I agree, Jackson, 100%.
What a bomb. That's got to be a flag, though.
Yeah, the back judge threw it.
You know what's funny?
Or I don't know if that's the back judge, but whoever is behind the safety.
If Janoris Jenkins can't keep up to you, how fast are you? How fast is Ruggs, man? I guess he didn't expect him to try and take off.
Well, Jenkins was holding on to him the entire way down the field. He hooked him the entire time.
He probably felt he was losing him.
That outside of a fumble, that pretty much puts this game on ice. Outside of a fumble or a missed or blocked field goal.
Here's the other way around. I don't. The thing is, though, a flag, you could say it saved them. Not, but if the Saints, maliciously did it and it's a justified flag, like I feel that is, I don't like that to be the case. Don't get me wrong. I prefer the receiver and cornerback to have contact going down the field, but that's the rules now, and that's how they've been enforcing it. Like how Ruggs ices the game pretty much with a PI, 120 yards and penalties. This is the only time I've seen the Raiders have that much of a disparity in their favor as far as penalties go.
A Devontae Booker sighting.
Yeah, for negative yardage. He'll be the Bills version of Reggie Bush this year, it looks like. Hell yeah, if they get an ice a year, I get my spread and money line win. Oh, big time, and going for the double. Who didn't love that?
I'm in the same boat with you, Jackson. I think Zaps has the same. It's been a while since I've done a money line bet, and this is going to be a nice one. Where's
Dylan T? I know.
Well,
he really gave me a lot of shit for not taking the Saints in this game.
There was an 85% chance Dylan was going to join us for the stream, but
Yep. According to him, at least.
1 point. Richard ruined it with that touchdown. Jacob needed a few more touches. Well, Jacobs is going to be definitely getting more touches here.
You have to hope he and they're going. The thing is, his chances of getting yardage isn't that bad because they're going to be more concerned with punching the ball out than actually stopping him.
I'd like to say I took Saints under 10.5, 1-1, not bad. LOL. The truth is out there. Mickey Hill minus 14.5. Corey Andy, cue the music.
Cue the music.
I will say, funny. I will say that I forgot to cue the music when I edited the video.
Oh, you didn't put it in? I forgot about that.
And I
did mention it, though.
I specifically dropped a Dylan Toddfield reference during the Saints, and I made it extra easy on myself.
Did you put like your arm up or something?
I just made sure I said it at the start of the Saints game. I just forgot to do it. Dylan Clark said, "Dylan T is gone. I terminate imposters." That might be the line of the night. I hope the smoking man's in this one. Fat Guy's gonna have to explain that one to me because I don't know what that means.
I'm not drawing this reference, Mickey. 87, got to remember. Or maybe he's making fun of my voice. I was brutal. I had a few drinks last night. If you guys couldn't tell, let's be real.
So it's gonna be 3rd and long here. The Saints, well, barring this last play, the Saints might have a chance still. Oh, it's from the X-Files.
Oh, right. I actually never watched the X-Files growing up, Mickey. Oh, okay. I kind of know what you're talking about now. Wasn't it like yeah.
Oh,
Was
the
it-
music. Yeah,
Wasn't
yeah.
there a whole season trying to find out who the smoking one was or something like that? remember that being
Is
a
that what
thing
the
when I was
actual
a kid.
music, the theme is called? The Smoking Bands?
Oh, that's what it's called? I thought it was part of the show.
I'm just making assumptions now when he says from X-Files.
No,
don't
it's the
include
show.
music.
I'm pretty sure it was like a season-long payoff.
It's going to be interesting to see whether they decide to run this ball or throw it. It's looking like a throw. No, they toss it to Jacobs.
Oh, he didn't go out of bounds? That's great.
I forget what yardage they're at. Are they within field goal range? Yeah, Richard, we had one of the picks listed wrong, so I crossed it out, replaced it with the right pick. Fat Guy said the Raiders during the video, but we had New England listed, but he's on the Raiders. Apurva said he used to love the X-Files. He remembers the line, "The truth is out there," but can't watch that show now. It's so full of crap. Corey's hoping that the public will slam the Raiders. If they get this win, that's a big win that a lot of people have seen. Nice, ice your own kicker. They just want to make sure they get down to the last second, so if he does miss. I will say this, so if you're actually just going to take the timeout, why even run the kicking team out there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because, like, wouldn't you want Carlson still, like, warming up and taking practice kicks this entire time?
Yeah. We remember his
Scully
week
was
one
low.
performance, last year? Again,
Didn't he have a
for his
bunch of
drafted team,
misses?
the Vikings? Absolutely, Mickey. That's without question. Jillian Anderson or whatever.
The snap was high, and the kick looks...
It looks good. Yeah!
That puts the Raiders up 10 with 1:05 left. Both teams have no timeouts.
So unless you're an Atlanta Falcons fan, you should feel comfortable.
I wonder if you can bet the live line. There is currently no live events to show for this sport.
Hey, everyone, the Raiders are 2-0. Nathan Peterman bumping into John Gruden. Didn't seem into that.
I bet the
Yeah, I
dealers
bet
are
they
all
will
decked
be,
out in
Ricky.
Raiders gear.
Yeah.
I think they close. the lines with a few minutes left. Yeah, that
Yeah.
makes sense. Oh, they've got it up now. Raiders minus 9.5 is minus 300.
Well, I guess they don't like the Saints to even score a field goal.
Nope. LOL, who are the two squares that would bet the live line right now? I'm not betting any live lines, but I've been keeping it up for these live streams because I find it interesting to know how win probabilities change as the game goes along. Raiders versus Pats should be a good one. I'm expecting a low scoring game from those two teams.
Corey Andy, you know who might actually do it though? Damian Harris is injured right now, and he's more of like a thrashing, like bang runner, whereas Michelle's a bit more methodical. Michelle also has a lot of miles on him, to be honest. So I think Harris has a really good chance of being a strong player going forward.
I think he's been inactive most of their games.
He's injured.
Oh, okay.
He's on IR. He's going to come off it, though, in 5 weeks. Or 3 weeks now.
I haven't seen the one thing I haven't seen the Pats unleash yet is that that RPO that Newton and Jonathan Stewart had so much success with, and maybe Harris fits that role.
Well, they're going to have to I think that's an advanced concept that would have been difficult to implement in such a short period of time, considering that Newton wasn't with them until later.
That was a nice
great
tackle
run
from Crosby. And Mickey Hill says it there. You're 2-0 Las Vegas Raiders. Dylan? If the Raiders only had a 15% chance to win this game, what do you think their percentage chance was by winning by 10 or more?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, covering the reverse spread almost?
Yeah. And this game is over.
Right on.
Yeah, Jackson. It's just fun to see. The almost feels like the Raiders just hung on to this lead if the Saints score, but they were only up 14. Still weird to see Las Vegas in front of Raiders. It's definitely weird.
I'm going to get it wrong, Richard, the whole year.
Yeah, I dropped Oakland during the game.
You know what bugs me? I just saw Kamara smiling. I know it's not really it's nothing. I don't like it when teams are amicable after, and I don't like it when people are smiling and happy and stuff after they lose. I don't know. It's I get it. I get that it's childish to be resentful of the other team, but I don't know. It's the enemy, right? That's just the way I look at it.
These guys are all getting paid a lot of money, and a lot of them are friends.
Yeah. And the Redskins, too. Yeah, I'm going to do Zip Vono. That's just going to happen. It's probably going to happen for a couple of years. Big Rye still says San Diego Chargers, too. So,
yeah.
And you know what the part of the Redskins one is? I didn't really like the name change, but they changed it to football team. You know what I mean? So it's like they don't really have a name anyway.
It feels like an interim head coach.
Yeah,
they're just we don't have enough time to create a marketing plan to get a team name out there, so we're just gonna go with a generic name.
Spin-off for the T-shirt, absolutely. I lost. I quit. See you next time. BRFG. Yeah, we'll see you next time. Great performance by the Raiders in home opener.
Too bad, Fear.
Yeah, there is a spin-off. That's fun. We like the wheel. That was a big Rye invention. By the way, the contest was a big Rye invention, which was smart of him. It's probably the best part of our show, which is really great.
I was against it that week, believe it or not. We had an argument about it, and then he said, "I'm just doing it." And I'm like, "Okay," and I'm really glad that that's what happened.
Well, it's just nice that we have uh, people like you guys to join us and participate, because without that, it would be not very much fun.
We'll be moving on, probably, to be honest. I'll take the football team this weekend. I feel Browns will struggle to block the football team D line. Yeah, Washington's D line is really good. They're Chase Young literally looks like the Predator. He is massive, and he is a great athlete. I like the D line. Who they have? What? I think it's 6 first-round picks. Ryan Kerrigan is a first-round pick, from what I understand. So, are the Raiders a good team now? I don't know. They're a 9-win team. Maybe I feel they're about an 8.5, 9-win team.
I'd say 8.5 is kind of a safe spot. Like they're an average team. Like they've got a below average quarterback. They're still pretty young. Like it's hard to say. Like we just saw them win a very impressive game, and it's probably like we're just coming off that high of being like, okay, this team is good, but I don't know. I'd say it's an average team for the Raiders. This is a good result.
I think 8.5. I think they're a little better than average, but that's about it.
Sorry, guys.
9 at the top.
So, Corey Andy, you said what was the live lines when Vegas was down 10? I think it was 9.5 was the highest I saw it for the Saints. Mickey's 10-6 for the week. That's nice.
That is nice.
It's week 2, but I know what you mean. Not even rivals. Beautiful performance by the Raiders in their home opener. It's 100% true, Zaps. Fear you lost, you quit. See you next time. Man, you have a good night. That sucks, Fear. Spin off for the T-shirt.
Yeah, we're spinning the wheel.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's gonna be a spin-off. That'll be
Raiders
fun between Jeezy and Billy, who both went 13-3. A very impressive week.
Raiders have been consistently bad or average since they lost Super Bowl. Yeah. I think bad, average very few times. 15-9, anything and everything. That's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with that. That's winning money. 8-8 for me, I think. Yeah. What did we go this week, Big Rye? 7-9?
7-9 is what we finished.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. Mickey Hill commenting on the contest. It's a great way to learn. I think I agree with that. And the thing I like the most about the contest is it's a great way for reality to set in. Do you know what I mean? Like
it's a measuring stick for people.
Because people notoriously overestimate their skills, and not realizing that over the long run, like even the worst player that we have in the contest that contributes every week isn't that many wins off even the best, and everything's a lot more populated around the center. People aren't hitting 70%, and people aren't hitting 30% either. I'm like even Steven or something. Yeah, that was a good show with Shia LaBeouf.
No, I'm laughing at what Mickey Hill said. He said the Eagles are 19-18 since winning the Super Bowl, and 8 of those wins have been against the Giants and the Redskins. That's
very interesting. They are a banged up team, the Eagles. The handicapping in me liked the Rams, but I just didn't understand why the line didn't reflect like an injured O-line against Aaron Donald's crew, which is pretty bad. There's always someone who goes 12-2, and it usually isn't a sharp person. Exactly. It's just how it works, right? Because we're starting to get I think we get about 100, maybe 90 per week. There has to be someone that's going to do that. Just the way randomness works. Zaps is going to put a few shekels on the Skins this week. Yeah, I like their chances. You know what? This is my only issue with this line. Skins at or football team at Browns is the Browns are a 7-point favorite. It looks too good to be true, taking the dog in the Redskins or the football team, whatever. Washington.
Purva is tied for second right now at 22-10 with guns and arrows. And then Jamie 21-10. Show me your TDs, and he even missed a game.
Oh, this is the part where people that play the contest, where they get upset if they miss. if you miss a game. It's a big deal. And then Mickey probably had an idea of just foregoing the Thursday game to try and have better Sunday picks. That's an interesting idea. Who's in last? We got to be down there.
Well, for overall, it's going to be a little bit tough because there's going to be people that have.
Oh yeah, last of the 2-week players.
$12 and $20 is last. TDT 420, and
we're down there.
We're one game above last place at 13
Yikes.
and 19. It's good to see not a lot of people are agreeing with your picks.
That's good. That's why we have the contest.
Let's.
Hello, what you got to do to be null? I don't know, Mickey. I think maybe you don't select a game in the Google Form thing. There's some guys that always say they have a good record and that we don't. I've seen this a couple times, and that they're like, you don't put my record up. And in my head, I'm like, how do you not know how to fill out this form? Yeah. Oh, that pick was brutal. Is it Vono? Because I like it. It did. That's the thing. That was part of why I liked it, because I didn't understand, like, 10.5. I'm like, and Jackson, like, it's just, I don't know. It's like a perfect fat guy pick, which made me psych myself up from taking it. I mean, we saw the result, but does that mean? Well, I did it in that one instance. I rarely do it. I hate doing it. You think I was happy about that after? I did it twice this year, and it angered me. I did it in a divisional game against Arizona. I did it in a divisional game with Tennessee. So San Francisco at home to Tennessee, Tennessee at home to Jacksonville, and I'm not happy about it. Let's put it that way. There's 2 wins. That's 2 games that I could have been up. So we would have been what? 15 and 17. Close to 500, which I could stomach a bit more.
It's easy to say this stuff now, though. We took.
I know,
I
mean,
that's where we're sitting. Could you make different decisions going forward? Definitely, but results are results.
Those are 2 I'd like to get back, though, because it goes against the dogma and what I've generally been doing this entire time for years. But sometimes you lose.
In the contest, there's been 3,314 picks, and they have collectively, we've all gone 17 and 76 wins, 1538 losses, good for 53.6%. So people have been sharp with their picks early on.
So the contest as a hive is beating the market?
The contest is at 53.
That's unbelievable. That makes me more happy, because I'll tell you what, that's going to start becoming really valuable. If we are able to get these results and we're allowed, and we have, the similar group of guys picking, the majority is going to be able to give you sharp picks. Isn't that funny?
Well, I even use this, like, I've created this so people could see who has picked where each week. And if you really want to be contrarian, you can come in Sunday morning at, 5 minutes before kickoff and just select the opposite of every. Well, I guess you'd have to do it Thursday, but.
No, but I think with our viewers, you might want to pick with them.
Wisdom
it's
of the
positively
crowd.
Correlated.
Oh, it has been so far through 2 weeks, so it's interesting to see.
No, but you gave us the whole 53% for all of them, though, out of the 3,000 picks, correct?
Yeah, that's just been how many picks have been made in these first 2 weeks.
No, not 3,000. It's been like 200 in the first 2 weeks. Oh, right.
I'm talking about everybody's picks collectively.
Yeah. Oh, that's not a big enough sample then. Sorry, I got confused for a second. What if we combine the other 2 seasons? What would the data be there? That's interesting.
I'd have to pull up the old sheet, which
That one.
I think it was at like 51% last year, something like that. This is on the website. Yeah, if you go to picks, like right here, you can click to get to the picks, which we've already made. And then I create this just so people can check to see where people are leaning based off the lines. Yeah, the BRFG is a sharp group. Keep the women out, John. That's not hard for us to do. These are on the websites, right? Yeah, they're... I just showed you. Personally, I think you should take a little more handicapping-based picks and only use market factors when things are in doubt. We used to be very, very heavy into handicapping, and we would use the markets kind of like as a
tie break.
Like a tie break or last minute decision. But we've just had so much success on market factors that, like, the fat guy and I are at the point where we don't have to watch a second of football to be able to make all our picks, because we can make picks just using market factors.
The reason I like to keep to just market factors is part of it is that you try and keep the show unique, because what I actually like hearing in the comment section is people disagreeing like I can't even say the word vehemently because they're almost angry, and part of that is because I think we often we say things I say things that people haven't really heard before, and it sounds so foreign that it's bad, right? It's almost like contrarian theory xenophobia, and I kind of like that because I think it's different. I think it offers chance for growth, because I mean, if there's people that really hate what I'm saying, there's chances are that there are people that really like what I'm saying.
Hio, I think I can agree with you that there's going to be some regression.
Hio's got a good point there, actually. 53 might be a little bit stepping out. Yeah, I'm glad we did, Mickey, because it's the part about handicapping is I almost think we're reading the same information, and then we're anchoring our choices onto specific things, and then we're biased on those things. Like, for instance, offensive line injuries. And I used to overreact when an O-line injury happened, and I'd be like, there's no way that team can win. So it's just like the email indicator in finance. Oh, and I think it's pretty funny when people call you crazy. Yeah, I mean, like, could I be wrong in some of the stuff I'm saying? Absolutely. But, like, the philosophy as a whole isn't terrible. You could argue it's not optimal. There's better ways of doing it. It's not efficient, but
I haven't read it, but I got your email. I got it pulled up here. Belichick and the Pats are on the forefront of a shift in defensive philosophy. The Pats are just on. The Pats are coached so well, and I think I mentioned this last stream, and I'm going to continually mention this, but what makes the Pats so special is that they've got like 20 plus years of like just coaching philosophy ingrained into their players. And it's crazy to see, because when you watch the Pats play, they're just able to do more things to attack the other team's weaknesses than other teams are able to do. Like, even in tonight's game, it's like you want the Raiders to like pound the ball, but like if the Pats think that pounding the ball is going to get them the win, like they do it better than any other team as far as play calls and getting stuff done.
Going back to Zivono said, when lots of people are saying things are going up to test March lows, then you know the market is going up. Well, it indicates that there's a probability it's probably going up. I understand what you're saying. I love that. I love bad news, if that makes any sense. I really love bad news. Mickey Hill says, go to prediction tracker. Some of the sharpest analytic minds suck ATS. Yes. That's why I always say I'll take the Pepsi challenge in a super contest against a lot of guys that they almost know too much about football and players, and they anchor to stuff. There's
you get really, really strong opinions when you deal with people who don't bet, but people who like the analytics, because they find themselves analytics where, like the fat guy just said, they anchor onto certain points and say like, this is the end all be all.
There's a really interesting thing that happened there that kind of opened my eyes to all of this. I used to work at a warehouse when I lost all my money pretty much, so I had to start building it back, and I started working at a warehouse for a few years, which it turned out to me just bookmaking more or less at the warehouse. And one of the senior guys wanted to make a large hockey bet with me, and I looked up the odds, and I just ripped him off a few points, right? Because not that I ripped him off, but I just offered him a price that he took, right? So what happened is I ended up winning. It was a Stanley Cup bet. I think I had the Blackhawks and he had the Flyers. Regardless, the one of the guys said to him, he says, "Fat guy doesn't know anything about hockey. Can't even skate." And one of the guys said, he goes, "Yeah, but you guys weren't playing hockey or gambling." And I thought that was very interesting. I don't know anything about hockey, but I understand gambling math to a reasonable degree, and that's what we're doing. And there's a big gap in performance between people that understand football and people that understand gambling mathematics, right? Gambling mathematics is going to get you way more results than actually knowing it. Not saying that handicapping is useless. I just think to bridge those two things is of the hardest things to do. That's why I in the table of contents in the book I've been writing, there's there's arguments for handicapping, but why I personally don't like it as much anymore, because I find it I find it really difficult to do both, right? I don't trust my own judgment.
Well, I've learned not to trust my own judgment from us doing this for so long and following it so closely, that I realize the more I try to put my own personal opinions into things, the worse I will do. So it's almost the thought of like, what do I like? And then just bet the opposite.
Here, I'm going to go get something. I'll be right back.
No worries. I want to cover a few things. Corey, so what else is super interesting about this? And I haven't read this whole article, but it's probably not included. But on the offensive side of the ball for the Patriots, a couple years ago, they would mix in different offensive linemen depending on the types of plays that they wanted to run. I found it super interesting because pretty much every team in the NFL, they play their 5 guys. They'll bring in like that one extra swing tackle on like that, 3rd and 1 or goal line plays. But otherwise, like, you've got your set 5, whereas like the Pats essentially like played 8 guys throughout the year, and they'd cycle them through. And for certain running plays, they'd bring in guys. Like, they were treating them like teams treat running backs, where it's like, okay, this guy's going to get 60% of snaps. This guy's going to get 30% of the snaps. This guy's going to get 10% of the snaps. I haven't been following it as closely this year, but I always find who the Patriots are playing and who's getting snaps is very, very fascinating. The other thing I wanted to say, Corey, is that you mentioned PayPal is still the same. Unfortunately, PayPal doesn't work for us. When we signed up for PayPal, you could sign up with a personal account, so I had it connected to me. But PayPal requires you now to have a business account, and to have a business account, you need to have a business number. And unfortunately, the fact that I don't have a registered business, so there's no way for us to accept money on PayPal. And then I want to talk about AP, what you said, because you said, I feel like market factors are dependent on the game. Like a Monday Night Football game with the Pats Seahawks should have a much stronger market factor than a Jags Panthers game. And you are 100% right. I want to personally go back and look at the data that the fat guy and I have collected and measure like the Sunday early games versus the Sunday afternoon games versus Sunday night versus a Monday night versus a Thursday night, because I feel like we have a lot more success on the primetime games and a lot less success during the early games, but that's just a feeling that I have. And it just seems like we have a lot more success on those late night games. Like I can't remember how many streams we've watched for you guys where Sunday night, Monday night, like it's games like tonight where people are going like, oh, I can't believe the Raiders won. Like, there's factors like playing on a Monday night game. Like, players play harder. Like, these underdogs don't want to look like fools on Monday night. Like when, like you said, when your casual friends are watching the game, so they play a little bit harder. And with so many people betting the games, especially like a night like tonight where 36% of the bets were on the Raiders, 48% of the dollars were on the Raiders, and the line, it was a reverse line movement. The line was at 5.5 yesterday and moved to 4 by kickoff. These are all really strong market factors, and they've got to be stronger. I'm saying this as a hunch. There's no actual proof that I have, that when there's more people betting on that game, it does get more public. Like, you do get a lot more, like you said, your friends betting those games rather than sharps who are, you and I are looking at Jags Panthers going like, oh, where's the juice in this game? Whereas I know a lot of people could give two shits if the Jags and Panthers are playing on a Thursday or a Sunday morning.
I want to touch on one thing before closing out. First to Mickey, yes, I do remember that you picked the Niners to win the Super Bowl, which was pretty bold at the time, and it created the rival of this. What was it? The bet of the century? I made it up and I can't even remember. Is that what we were calling it? There's got to be one more when. Because the bet of the century was Niners Saints. Anyways. The thing I want to touch on, I left to go grab it, was The Wisdom of Crowds by James Surowiecki. I can't find it because my books are packed up right now. But my biggest theory was that if we could find the conditions that book convinced me that if under the right conditions, a group could be very smart or sharp rather. And I'm hoping, like, I didn't realize it, but maybe we satisfy those conditions, because I think the first one is decentralization, and I can't remember all the other conditions for it. I haven't read the book in a couple of years, but there's a possibility that if we continue to keep getting entries, I think we need some more. We probably need a couple hundred more, I would imagine, and they'd have to be pretty. It's probably going to be next year, I would imagine, but I think we're going to be able to have a sharp market. And I bet you our group, if we can hone it into these conditions, will beat anybody. That's what my thinking process is over the long term. At least my dream, I hope so. Because if it beats the juice, it's probably going to beat a lot of people. Aside from the top tier, not anybody's obviously hyperbolic, but I mean aside from the top tier handicappers. Any closing remarks, Big Rye?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just typing out. I might as well just.
Oh,
say
Mickey
now.
just had a great idea. Mickey just had a great idea.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, Mickey. Like an anti-fat guy picks. One, it would make my life a little easier when I'm setting stuff up in the background. But it would just be interesting to see how they do.
We'll name him James Surowiecki. Yeah, that is interesting. Well, we can artificially put him in, Big Rye, after the week.
Well, I think I'm thinking of something else originally than what he said, but if we created a player called the Crowd, we would just pick whoever the public picked every week. And then we could create a player called the Sharps, and what the Sharps get every week.
Well, yeah, the Crowd can be are the users, right? Like the collective of the users, because there wouldn't be any cheating if you did it after the game, because you would just pick what the Crowd picked. It's regardless of the result, right?
Yeah.
So you could plug it in by Monday, right? And then you'd know who they'd want before the Monday game too, because all the picks would be in on Sunday. It'd be very interesting. I think that's a good idea.
Sorry, I'm just catching up on the rest of the chat. APN said, I noticed NFL scheduling a lot this year too. Start the Bucks off at the Saints, brutal. Then give them a feature game versus Carolina, opposite for Saints. Great spot to catch Bucks early, and then tough spot at Raiders week 2. Yeah, You know, we don't go into too much of scheduling. We've dabbled in like travel and that kind of stuff, and we couldn't find anything like conclusive to add to what we do, but there's definitely spots where teams don't have as much rest or teams have to travel more or whatever. Like there's so much insider stuff. Like if guys are sick, like especially now, like if guys are playing with COVID and it's actually affecting them, like I know that's pretty unlikely, but it's probably happening. Like these could really swing lines even more so than players and injuries. Same with Chiefs, smash spot week 1, then trap spot week 2 at the Chargers. Def healthy. Chargers likely 1-0 off Bengals game. Sorry to ramble, but watch the NFL. They're great matchmakers. I think it just organically happens. Like it's just 32 teams. They keep playing each other every week. You're gonna find these great matchups. But that's why it's so hard to like even go like 12-4, even for good teams. Like the Chiefs winning yesterday was really a coin flip, and they just got on the right side of that coin flip. But like at the end of the game, it wasn't like the Chiefs were 7-point favorites when they got into overtime. Like, especially when they like you lose the toss, like you lose a bunch of win percentage points right there, and that's something that's out of your control. And then AP said, last thing, NFL giving Texans at Kansas City versus Baltimore at Pittsburgh to ensure 0-3, and then Bill O'Brien gets fired to try and save Deshaun Watson's career is an underrated, savage move by the NFL. It could have went the other way though. Like what if Houston's 2-0 right now? What if they beat Kansas City? What if they beat Baltimore? Everyone would be talking about how the Texans are the best team in the NFL right now.
That's true.
So it's just like 2 results. It's not likely that they were going to win those games. Doesn't mean they couldn't have, but 2-0 and everyone's talking about how Bill O'Brien's the best coach in the league. Deshaun Watson's an MVP player. Like it's just, those are the breaks. And the Texans can still go 10-6. Like they could lose all 3 of these first games I think they have 4 tough games to start, and they could still go 10-6. Like Bob sucks so bad. Yeah, he's not a huge fan, and I know people really dislike him. I think he's better than people give him credit for, but it's not been. It hasn't been a good start to the season. Yeah, he's really made some head scratching decisions, and I think that goes back to, it seems like it's a lot to do with power in that locker room. He wants power and respect over the players, and it seems like the players who didn't want to give him that power and respect, he's moved on from. And it's worked out nicely for some coaches, but when you have a team built around like a few good players, kind of like Houston has been, or I feel like they've been for the last few seasons, like I never feel like the Texans are like a depth team that has an awesome team and awesome coaching. Like it always just feels like JJ Watt was carrying them for a while. DeAndre Hopkins was an excellent player. Now Deshaun Watson, like you kind of got to keep those guys happy for someone like Bill O'Brien to have success in Houston.
Well, I think there's a bias. AP Indy just did something interesting. He signed 2 mediocre linebackers for $100 million. I think they're better than mediocre, but that's not the point. They're probably overpaid because he has a personal relationship with his guys. The guys that are there are his guys, and that's why it's good to have a GM who's not intertwined with the players, because you can make business decisions a little bit easier because the humanity is almost taken out of it. Whereas if you're going through battles with these guys on the field, you're going to have a soft spot for them, and you're not going to be able to make as let's call them efficient or curt business decisions. So that's one of the issues as well. Him and DeAndre Hopkins was coming kind of untenable. Apparently DeAndre Hopkins was bringing he has a lot of women or a lot of kids with different women, and it kind of, I don't know, he was bringing a lot of, I guess, family and friends around to the practice squad. So it probably made him uncomfortable, and then it creates a wedge. Whether that's founded or not, who really knows? But the point is there was a wedge, and then it's him or me, I think, a lot of the time.
All right, guys, I think that's it for us. Thank you very much for joining us for the stream. Appreciate all the love and support. Nice to see some of the familiar faces joining us again, like Richard. Thank you very much for the donation, anything. That was really nice as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, appreciate you guys. You guys all have a good night and congratulations.